It is finally time to crown our last, and I do mean last, team for the grand finale. This is the last day of playoffs, and I cannot wait to see what's about to occur. Hiroshima Team Itsuka, Crazy Raccoon, and Yogibo Reject will be going toe-to-toe to see who will be the final team to fight it out. When the dust settles, we will have our top team of Division F. We will see who reigns supreme out here. If you caught it yesterday, you saw how hot the action is, and I guarantee you it will be the exact same, if not more. My name is St. Cole. I'm doing Vicious. Let's get into this, man. How do you feel about the action we are about to encounter with these top 3 teams of this division? How hot and heavy they have been, especially Yogibo Reject, who has been the top team of both divisions in terms of points.
You know, I've been really kind of like thinking about it for a long time. We talked about Yogibo Reject being the top team by a large margin. I feel like they would actually do the same no matter what division they're in. The biggest question I had in mind going into this day of playoffs is who's going to step up to the plate, and are they going to be enough to make it look like Yogibo Reject is actually touchable? Because they've been looking very immaculate throughout the entirety of the season. They've been very lax, and also their vast improvement in and out of the league with the way they've been playing from EWC, during a CPT, during World Warrior, etc. These guys have been looking so competent in every sort of adjustment that needs to be made in the meta. So the biggest question on my mind right now, and one of my biggest expectations, is to see which one of these teams between Hiroshima Team Ikusa and Crazy Raccoon, which one of them is really going to step up to the plate to deliver the pain towards Yogibo Reject, or will it be the same old song and dance? Will Yogibo Reject continue to stay and reign supreme throughout the entirety of the season, right? That's been pretty much on my mind since we've established this playoff spot, and it's hard to tell, to be honest with you. Just looking at the amount of points they scored throughout the season, 305, that is unprecedented. That is more than comfortable, and I feel like that's the most that we've seen thus far in Japan.
I agree. I think at this point, you can see them as the top dogs out in the Street Fighter League Japan, and their dominance could end today, though. We've seen these top level teams kind of fall the wayside during regulation play or have to rise up to the occasion. And I want to see Hiroshima really put to the test, or Crazy Raccoon, depending on who moves on. Let's go to how things are going to go down with the rule set. We're going to that first to 70, just as we did yesterday. We're going to keep going until one team reaches 70 points in totality. So we'll go for that first to 2, and first to 3, with that anchor match, of course, and then switch off the home and away side. So whatever team was on the away side will go to the home side, and vice versa, until we get to 70 points in totality. We'll keep going back and forth until that is done and over with. No first to deaths, no first to ones will be done at all. And the same will happen when we reach the grand finale of this division.
Yeah, really excited to see it, right? We see how it transpired over in day number 1. I think we've gone down to multiple sets for every single team. It came down to 3 sets total, but you know, it came down to a very close set for the team at the deficit, where it came down to like the 3rd set, and it was like, all right, or the 3rd round, and it's like, all right, it's down to whether or not we could survive past the first set of games in round 3. And that's kind of scary, right? I hope we don't really get to that situation again. I would love to see even more Street Fighters. Sure, it takes a little bit of a, you know, long haul, but at the same time, we get to really see a closer match than usual, right? Again, these are the top 3 teams after all. I want to see it go down to the wire personally, but as it stands right now, right, we're still trying to establish who is going to make it to face off against Division S's winner, which was Good 8 Squad. And they were kind of delivering the hurt in the same fashion that Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto did to their opposition as well. If you had watched it, again, Fukushima Ibushigen not able to swim past the Seoul team, right? That's actually been a really big challenge for them, to be honest with you, but not too far anyway. As you can see, Good 8 Squad, they've made it. They're punched their ticket all the way to the grand finals. That's going to be happening on February 11th. And what we're doing here today is establishing our champion of Division F. Speaking of which, we still have a lot of other awards to kind of distribute for the individuals as well. But one thing is for certain, as you can see on the right too, we talked about what happens with the home versus away points, how that's going to be distributed overall in the grand finals. That is going to be a race to 90, a little bit of a difference going into the grand finals. A little bit more at stake, but pretty much the same old song and dance in regards to who's going to be on the home and away division. That's going to be decided later on as to like how that's going to work out. I'd imagine for for who gets established as like the home team or the away team, either coin flip or the amount of points scored for your division. But I actually haven't been able to see what that rule set's going to be like. We're going to have to find out in February. I'm sure there's some document out there that I might have missed in the rule book. That's on me, to be honest with you. But in the meantime, we're focusing again on Division F. Oh, we actually got the confirmation. It might just be the win difference. So it depends on the overall performance of how these teams played in the playoffs. Looking at Good 8 squad, with a 70-30 win, that's a good probable cause that they would have the home field advantage, but it also depends on Yogibo Reject. If Yogibo Reject decides to stomp on the team, if they feel that kind of way today, then they might be a different type of killer. They might be the ones that deserve the home field advantage. Who knows? But you're going up against the Good 8 squad potentially, so we'll see how that plays out. I'm really kind of just curious to see how each and every one of these teams perform, right? Like, we've been talking about this for like half a year already. Like, who's going to stop Yogibo Reject at this point?
They're so strong. Their contingent of players, their placement of what happens if they lose a match, what happens right after, it feels like they just wash the opponents. I feel like that dominance comes from so many different factors. Obviously, Let's Try the Golden Finger has been a standout star for that team, but also you have Tokido, who's a qualified Capcom Cup seeder out there, also an Evo champion. You have Akira, who's just a speed star running all over his opponents, and then you have the Torameshi, who's just fighting with that sim. A very difficult team to have to deal with on the home or the away side. So I'm with you. I'm very curious to see what's going to be happening here. You have a team that here is Hiroshima team Eats Cup. There's very unique characters. I'm curious to see how they're going to stack up against that team. I'm also curious about Crazy Raccoon. You know, you have some champions in that team, and if they're prepped, they're prepared, they're ready to fight out against Yogibo Reject. There's just so much to think about, so much in contention. And I wish you could skip to the action right now, but we have to go through a few more things. In fact, we have to go through the things like pricing coming up real soon here, as these players will be winning quite a bit of guac on that dot. You know, there's a lot to think about in terms of like the prize pool. 8 million in totality split up. We'll go down the list when that comes up on the screen. But you can see right here, the home and away side doesn't always determine victory, right? The away side right there was more consistent in terms of W's, which is a wild thing to think about. Usually the home side having that advantage, you think that on paper that'd be great for them, but it's not always like that. I feel like, again, as we mentioned yesterday, the away side is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's the thing. So in Division S, it was very prominent, which is why we set that up prior. But for Division F specifically, it was actually more so towards the home division, or the home side, but not by much, right? A 45, it was 645 to 600 points in comparison. So it's not necessarily like a large margin, but at least for Division F. But for Division S, that was definitely a key point where the away side was actually scoring a significant amount of points in comparison, right?
My mistake, excuse me. But I mean, I wonder if that's going to come into play here. You know, where yesterday we saw the away side win first with Saishun Kazokumoto and take it over Fukushima Ibushigen. I wonder if that will affect the players here. What also affects the players is what's at stake in terms of that price pool. We mentioned 8 million yen, 5 million, 2 million, and 1 million for first, second, and third, respectfully. That's quite a bit to split up between 4 players. You could do the exchange rate over there, because I don't know that at all. I'm sorry, chat. But I do know that's quite a bit of money, as well as the awards that you mentioned previously that will also be compounded for some of these team members too as well. Shout outs to Capcom and all the sponsors to be able to give these players something to play for, even more so than just having a chance to dance at the finals. You also get the prize pool as well. There's just so much love that is given to the players, and the reverence to Street Fighter 6 out here for Street Fighter League. You love to see it build up every single year after year, so it's always appreciated. And I feel like this makes them work even harder. You know, having something to work forward to and look forward to is always great. But I hope we get the awards real soon. Definitely want to see who's been the most drive impactful player for this division, as we do get to split up. Every division gets the drive impact. But before that, we have to wonder what the flavors are for those, because I don't know. You at least know a little bit.
Yeah, I was, you know, I had the luxury of being able to try out one of them. It was definitely like a ramune flavored that, you know, the kind of like typical lemonade flavor that they have in Japan. Not necessarily lemonade that we have in the States, but it's a different type of vibe. But if somebody has to be the bad guy here, I'll definitely do it. I have to kind of remind you folks at home, in terms of reverence of the tournament, also in the league, we do remind you folks at home to refrain from uploading any footage and replays of this tournament without the official authorization from the Street Fighter League organizers. We do appreciate you guys tuning in. obviously first and foremost, but at the request of Capcom Japan, we highly encourage you guys to keep it as just a viewing platform right now. I'm pretty sure they will release the footage eventually, but as it stands right now, we do highly implore that the folks at home just keep it towards Twitch and YouTube and refrain from, again, uploading any of the footage of the replays from the tournament. So with that in mind, though, I was gonna see like what is this reaction from Hameko, but I do want to kind of like figure out what the flavors are from these two drinks. But at the request of Capcom, again, we're trying to keep the reverence here for the tournament to remain on this platform and to keep it so that we have the luxury of being able to view everybody's hard work of throughout the year on the appropriate channels as well. Oh, they're the same flavor. Ah, we just got the production notes. I see.
I guess it's kind of nice because like if you get one and you don't find the other one, you're not gonna be like left behind on anything like that. So that's pretty cool. But also, it'd be cool to have, I guess, different flavors in the first place. Either way, I haven't tried it, so I'll definitely have to go out there and try that during Capcom Cup, which is going to be happening in March. We'll get down to that nitty-gritty way later on. We'll start figuring out who's closer, a step closer, what team a step closer towards that area for that grand finale to represent land Japan. That's what we're trying to do out here for these playoffs. And again, it's cool to see the dark horse Hiroshima team Itsuka rise to the occasion. It's a team that a lot of players were mentioning, like, y'all better watch out for them, because I feel like their characters and their players are just standout stars, and they have been doing so in terms of like work for the CPTs, EWC and stuff like that, even other tournaments. A lot of people.
ここで無料配信をご覧の皆様にお願いがございます。この後試合が始まりますが、SFL を盛り上げていくために視聴者の皆様ご協力をお願いいたします。YouTube のシステム上、皆様の高評価数やチャットメッセージ数は番組拡散に大きな力になります。ぜひ積極的に高評価ボタンを押していただいたり、チャットでたくさんのメッセージを送ってください。よろしくお願いします。はい、みんなでストリートファイターリーグの魅力をどんどん広めてください。よろしくお願いします。お願いします。
Dark horse and to make it up to that top spot, and here they are. But Crazy Raccoon has been doing a ton of work too as well with Bonchan, Kazunoko, Shuto, and Dogura. It's almost wild to say this. You can say this for the majority of them, but they're the old guard in this scenario in a way, right? Like Bonchan, Kazunoko, Dogura, they've been here around the block for a long time. Shuto has too, but he's been really standing out the past couple of years. And it feels wild to say that because I feel like we just started to see Shuto kind of grow out here in the league, but this is the old guard team. Another new versus old in a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like a diverse roster in regards to like both teams, despite them having like a huge age gap between their teammates and players, right? Oh, we're actually getting to that part. Are we actually going to get to the individual awards? Yes, sir. We're actually getting to that moment. So just to kind of remind you folks at home, there's a Drive Impact Award, the Win Rate Award, the Point Getter Award that is applied to both Division S and Division F. However, when it comes to the final two awards, it is selected from both divisions in total. So there is the Rookie of the Year as well as the Season MVP, which is going to be awarded at the grand final. But as it stands right now, we still have to determine who our big winners are. And I feel like it's not even a big question at this point when it comes to the Drive Impact Award as well as the Win Rate Award. Like, it's got to be, yeah. We're about to say it's Tokido. 100% Tokido from Yogibo Reject, winning the Drive Impact Award. Go figure, man.
Remember what happened with Kazunoko? I feel like he kind of farmed it out in that match. He hit him with like 4 or 5 of them. So, Tokido, we're getting some words from him. He said, Drive Impact is one of the systems that represents Street Fighter 6, and I've never had expected to win this award. Ken often has opportunities to put his opponent into burnout, giving him more chances to land the Drive Impact. Whatever the reason, I'm just happy to receive this recognition. It's wild that he like doesn't remember how many times he hit Kazunoko, despite the fact that he was doing that on purpose. He's like, you would never hit a man with glasses, right? Tokido said, bet, watch me.
Oh, he hit him. He hit the hell out of him. There was multiple Drive Impacts, and that was like to Kazunoko's soul. That was like mad disrespectful. But 16, yo, my man hit 16 Drive Impacts. Well, okay, well, in the span of how many times he's played throughout the season, does 16, in your opinion, does that seem like a low number to you? I feel like throughout the entirety of like how many months of play, they're playing almost every single week. Sometimes, yeah, every single week. I think Tokido was definitely up there in terms of like how often he's played, right? But yeah, I don't even know if that's like a high or low number.
It feels low a little bit for some reason, but it's harder. You know, you have these pro players. Our next one, Tokido getting another award. This time, the Win Rate Award. Congratulations, this man is farming not only the drive impacts, but also the awards out here. Also tied with Lashar. So not only is Tokido in that Win Rate Award, it's also with Lashar, the Golden Figure, from the same team. Yogibo Reject doing really well out here, actually.
I'm not surprised. Like, this is again a... Wait, did they get... They're tied, right? Did I miss that? I actually was looking at the stats.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see the screen. It was Tokido and Lashar, right?
You're right.
Okay, cool. So that's actually kind of like a very interesting percentage between the two, because I thought Tokido, looking at his overall performance, I thought he was kind of like behind in terms of like the W's in comparison to Lashar, but they indeed have the same amount. I feel like Tokido towards the end was really starting to pick it up in comparison, because like looking at it, his first 3 weeks of performance, he won the very first week against Jazzy, but then he lost back-to-back weeks in week 2 and week 3 against Fenrich and against Mago. But the rest of the way through, he was bodying everybody. That's actually pretty amazing to see. Whereas Lashar, I feel like obviously he has 8 out of 10 as well. The only matches that Lashar had lost was the very first one and the very last one, which is crazy. Winning 8 in a row, 8 weeks in a row, you have got to be some sort of machine. That is for damn sure. But we do have the words coming in from Tokido as well. He says, achieving the highest win rate in a league full of top-level players is a great honor and a source of confidence, showing that my daily efforts were not in vain. Pretty important. I'll continue striving for victories in the playoffs, grand finals, and eventually the world, and work hard to deliver Reject's passion to everyone. That's a pretty emboldened statement, to be honest. Lashar, from his side, before the tournament, I was scared I might not even win once, but I'm glad it ended with good results. That's crazy. My man was like, I don't even know if I'll be doing great. Yet he's winning all of the awards, bro. And he also has Point Getter Award. Despite him and Tokido being tied for games, Lashar has 140 points to his name. Insane.
Wow. That is incredible. Lashar. Crazy for him to say something so humble, but be so dominant. I mean, like, that's just his personality in general. But... bro, like, come on now. How are you that surprised about you know, winning these awards when you're that dominant? People are that afraid of playing you. I remember during EWC, and even beyond that, people were like, I don't want to fight Lashar. If there's somebody I don't want to have to play, I don't want to play Lashar. That guy's just too clean and pristine, and he wins another award. We're going to get his interview real soon here, but that's an important award right there. Him getting Rookie of the Year, you know, that's something you could probably place on a few players too as well. But Lashar, it makes sense. He was very dominant out here. He showcased what he could do, and you saw the players also talking about him and being like, man, I don't have to fight Lashar. It makes sense. A very dominant force in this division. Congratulations, Lashar. Like, another award. Yogibo Reject, by the way, again, we mentioned how dominant they are. Farming the awards, doing fantastic with their team. Let's see if they can keep that same sort of energy out here at the playoffs, as we are apparently getting ready to bring in another award, it looks like. Which one is this one? We did the Rookie of the Year. We did Point Getter Award. He's a Rookie of the Year now. Okay, excuse me.
This is the Rookie of the Year.
Point Getter previously. This one is the Rookie of the Year. So not only that, he stacked the Rookie of the Year on top of all this. What can't he do? What can't he do?
Well, technically, he can't beat Tokido in a one-on-one right now because they're in a team scenario. But all jokes aside, Rookie of the Year, though, that's... I mean, I think that's solicited, right? You have 80% win rate, 140 points to your name. You won literally 8 weeks straight. I'm pretty sure nobody else shines a light to this behemoth of a player. I'd imagine, like, the next person up who would be Rookie of the Year would probably be Hikaru. Actually, Hikaru would definitely be in that category. He has 9 wins under his belt, but it's out of 15 games. I think he's played every single week. But looking at it, Hikaru has only scored 130 points, just 10 shy of Lashar. So it was a very, very close race between the two. But if anybody is deserving of the title, it is 100% Lashar, with how impressive he's been throughout the entirety of this league in his very first season of Street Fighter League.
And the hardest one too, as well. You know, we get a lot of interviews from him. You know, grateful for the opportunity and you know, passionate about being a part of the Japanese league. Let's see if they can continue again those results, that same sort of energy, that dominance with his team, depending on what team comes up to fight him. Hiroshima Team Itsuka, Crazy Raccoon, one of these two teams will move on to the grand finals of this division to fight Yogibo Reject. We're going to bring in our first two teams, starting with Hiroshima Team Itsuka. The dark horse is no longer. Definitely the ones to watch out for, had been so, especially at the beginning of the league, I feel like, had showcased their dominance and rope with that same sort of energy. You have a team of very unique players and characters behind. Let's take a look at who is in this game. Hiroshima Team Itsuka starting it off with a heavily win, Hibiki running that Lily and doing a lot of damage in terms of being an Akuma killer and also maybe, possibly, a Kami killer, depending on what happens. It's training just recently. What is this dance? Oh man, the serious face is killing me.
That was the Windstock.
Oh, okay, Neo Genesis.
Yeah, the Lily
Get in the mech, Hikaru. This guy is an absolute grinder. Thinking about Street Fighter, play Street Fighter 10 hours a day. Of course, already posed up and ready with that hockey. After that's going to be the one, the only, the Legend Slayer himself, the fighting spirit, Jazzy, with the Akuma, which may be his main. No Luke. I haven't really seen him play any other character besides that on his stream. He's already showcased in the back. Yeah, it might all about the Goki today. Oh, the point two. Oh, he's feeling it. Like that energy. Last but not least is the magician, the one casting spells upon the opponents. It's Aqua, who has been absolutely dominant outside and inside the league, doing so much for the scene, but also doing so much on the sticks with the JP and the Blanca leading the charge for his team.
I love that too. We got the hand symbols as well for the squad. Yes, sir. It just makes sense. It just makes perfect sense. Hiroshima Team Itsuka as the away squad coming in with the big challenge, having to face off against Crazy Raccoon, one of the most prestigious organizations in Japan, making waves with a lot of their events. They're about to make even more of a wave with their team thus far, making it here on the home side for very good reason with the amount of points that they scored and the amount of effort they've put in. We're about to get that big introduction to the big powerhouses. And man, what a lineup of players in regards to their overall stature and overall achievements in the game of Street Fighter. This is truly a ridiculous roster. Starting things off with Evo Champ. We got Bonchan in the building. I can't wait to see what his intro is. Let me see it real quick. Let me see, bro. Yeah, man. Always in that stance. Always ready. Coming up next for the CR squad. Loved back by Fighting Games. My personal genius. We got Kazunoko. Wanted to see exactly how he's adapted with some of the Kami changes, but more so what his intro is like. Let me see it. I'm just glad there's no door falling on his head like the very first season of Street Fighter V. I'm glad. I'm glad that he's aware of what's above him now. But the Asura coming in, it is Shuto, who's had a very, very amazing year finally switching over to Akuma. Oh, who threw out Rock? I want to see it. Who actually beat him in Janken Po? Because I definitely threw out paper, bro. Coming up as the leader of the team, the Wind Devil, Dogura, who's been really putting a lot more attention towards Street Fighter 6 on his streams. Don't you keep your hands to yourself, man. But that's it. That's the composition here for Crazy Raccoon. Quite the composition. Easily one of the fan favorites going into this season of Street Fighter League Japan, and for very good reason, right? You talk about a lot of champion caliber teams, a lot of champion caliber players. This is definitely that example. And also, their composition in terms of the character selection is a very difficult one to even consider duking out against, because you have Bison, you have Akuma, 2 Akumas at that, you have Cammy as well. What do you do about that, right?
That lineup is going to be powerful no matter where you place them. Like Anchor versus 2 doesn't matter where it's at. And the variance of the 2 Akumas as well, in terms of how they play, one playing more grounded base, one playing more aerial base. That also can put you off your game. We're also getting the words in from the owner of Hiroshima, Itsuka. What a great suit. It's good to, again, see support for some of these players that maybe don't get as much shine, or, you know, you're investing in players that are on the up and up, right? Hikaru, you know, we saw him kind of explode on the scene when he had a different name with the Poison during Street Fighter V. Aqua was already out there doing a lot of work for the league that he had created for players that weren't in Street Fighter League.
Bro, this guy is blessed as hell. Do you see how fine the other side of his hair is when it's straightened? And at the same time, he has a ponytail. I almost cussed on this stream. He has a ponytail on the other side with a fade in. This guy is crazy. Like, how are you blessed with this kind of hair on both sides too? That is nuts. This guy is swagging out. Like, him and Tasty Steve would actually be best friends. His suit is clean as hell. His tie matches, and he's got 2 different hairstyles, bro. Come on, man. This is broken. You cannot. Come on, that is too broken. Are you serious right now?
That guy could be doing anything else, man. He could be doing anything else. He could be a model, whatever he wants to be, but he's out here supporting a Street Fighter League team. Shouts to him. We did get some words from him. He said, we're able to proceed to the playoffs, and it was all for the support of the fans and the players who did a fantastic job. Who knew in the start that we would be in this place? Well, actually, a lot of players called you to be a dark horse, so you definitely had some fans early before everything started on your side.
We are going to get the words coming in from the other side, from the crazy Raccoon organization. Ah, okay. It's one of those, it's just going to be a letter. All right. I was expecting, you know, who's going to really kind of like step up to the plate now in terms of representation? Like, there's no way anybody is going to like outclass the Hiroshima team Ikusa owner, right? He is easily the swaggiest of them all. Like, even the guys from Division S, like, no offense, their suits are clean, and I appreciate that. But this guy, like, swag levels through the roof, bro. Like, that suit was godlike. His hairstyle, immaculate. That's kind of ridiculous. But we are going to get that translation from the owner of the Crazy Raccoon organization. That's coming in a little bit later, but I feel like, personally, if I had to speak for the team, there's no way I'm getting on camera after that guy showed up. Like, he's the final boss of swag. He really is the final boss of swag. Like, he invented it, bro. Like, you can't tell how old he is, man. You never know. The owner says, really thankful that the team proceeded this far. I know there's much more pressure in the playoffs, but relax and do your best. Pretty straightforward. Ooh. How do you feel about this roster,
Bro, I like the first 2 picks, but that last one either is going to be a amazing pick or a horrifying pick. So I went to Hikaru's stream recently, and I was like, hey, man, what's with this Honda? Are you playing the character or not? And before the King's tournament, he said, no, it's all Aki. What happened at the King's tournament? He pulled out the Honda. So this character's prepared, ready for him. I mean, he's actually modeled it very well. He's found a style to utilize with it. I just don't know how Honda will deal with the likes of Akuma. I feel like that matchup was kind of difficult for them, but that's on paper. Hikaru has been able to maneuver around that, and that's a bit later on. Overall, I like this composition up to the Honda. I want to see what happens with that, but we started off with your senpai, Kazunoko. What are you thinking about this matchup, though? We're having Cammy right off the rip.
Looking at Kazunoko's overall record, I think he's done a great job of holding his own against a lot of the players here. He's got 6 out of 9 big W's throughout the entirety of the season. And then looking at his overall performance too, I think he's been the guy that's been stepping up to face off against Hikaru. So I think it's rather interesting that they're throwing him out there first to face off against Aqua's Blanca. I think if there's any other character that can really dampen a lot of what Blanco wants to do, it's Cammy. being able to dive kick within that space, being able to counter poke as well. Granted, she's a lot more susceptible to the counter poking game now that the crouching medium punch lingers a little bit longer and the hurt box is extended. I think her defensive options are now much more limited, so Blanca can harass you and make it much more dangerous. Like, sure, you could bust out with an OD uppercut. It's not going to grant you the same type of reward of being able to get that side switch. And also the big nerf to the jumping OD dive kick, right? OD dive kick upon wake up is such a valid option against the strike throw game, and it led to so much. Now with the new nerf in mind, even on punish counter, the most you're gonna get in a situation like that off of a punish counter OD dive kick is a +4 scenario, which is going to lead to like a jab, right? A jab combo instead of being able to get a lift upper. Like, that is a significant difference. You're going to have to like open up your opponent a little bit more for a little bit more damage. It's going to take a little bit longer to take out someone with average health like Blanca. So we'll see how that plays out. We'll see if the changes to Cammy's plans defensively are going to be what separates a big W or maybe not too much of an emphatic loss, but we'll see how this plays out. I don't mind Kazunoko going up against Aqua's Blanca specifically, but we'll see if Aqua's got enough in the tank to play an offensive style against someone like Kazunoko, who's so offense-oriented, right?
I think that nerf to crouching mini punch is going to definitely come into play because, like, the ground game is slightly weaker now with that button that you can't just fish out with. You have to use it as more of a counter poke. So that may disallow Kazunoko getting comfortable, at least in the first or two, possibly, to not allow him to have the aerial game right. You know, he likes to go to the air. He's a dive kick master. He likes to have that comfortability of reaching to the skies. If you kind of block off the ground game, it might be hard for him to establish the aerial game as well. You've got some good anti-airs, well, too, with Blanca. He's got back medium kick. He's got heavy kick. In some ranges, he's got some normals that can utilize to kind of check and challenge the dive kick outside of the perfect distance. So those things all considered, I feel like Blanca does have some ways to anti-air the character. It's not free, and a bad mistake, a bad anti-air, a bad block of ball too as well could lead to Oki from that character into she rushes you down, and the OD command grab being even better. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Right now, we have our very first match finally coming through. Aqua versus Kazunoko. Hiroshima Team Itsuka versus Crazy Raccoon. Let's get it.
Yeah, I think, like, I was thinking about it now. All of the OGO throws are bugged, right? It's all 6 frames, right? I think that was the universal change. Not universal, but like the big change to Honda in his kit, right? So he does have access to like the true strike throw situation off of like OD hands. Or sumo step, excuse me. But anyways, Blanca versus Cammy, Aqua versus Kazunoko, game 1. Looking at the approach already. Aqua's played a little bit passive, right? He's trying to play that counter poke game too. That crouching heavy punch really kind of set the pace against Kazunoko, establishing that space, doing it again. And now, once he has Kazunoko kind of feeling confident, or at least settled in the ranges that he's at, Aqua decided to dash on forward. The big counter hit, crouching medium punch too. Still setting the ranges apart. This guy, Aqua, setting the tone on top of that is really, really impressive against Kazunoko. But we've seen Kazunoko kind of digest that information, getting the perfect parry, knocking on the doors a little bit too.
Open up. The windows are open. Stand fierce, crouch fierce. Back medium punch with the plus frames, harassing the drive gauge. As he does so, they have to get hit here because your drive gauge is not so good, but you don't have the health to play the stand fierce, burn out, drive impact. That's going to be that. Kazunoko, as you mentioned, gain the data to take away the drive gauge, to pick apart the health, and pick them apart up in the corner. But not for nothing, though. As you mentioned, the movement that Aqua has been fantastic. He's outside the range where like a dive kick can hit, and he can anti-air a little bit more effectively at where he's at and poke with that crouch fierce without being too punishable or with punishment.
Yeah, way off the mark on that dive kick. We'll take that throw as well as a punish counter to enforce that Oki. Aqua not being able to do as much as he wanted to, but he still has a pretty significant life lead too. Now it's all about what happens with the drive gauge too. Get him out of here! What an anti-air! Ooh, and the side switch off the pickup.
I can see that. To catch him trying to walk back. On the combo into the super. Full corner conversion. Crouch fierce starts going for the throw. TKOD block the ball. Wakes up with the buttons though. And they've been punished. Could have been a lot more for Blanca, but that's a big risk. With that normal version, Burnout incoming. Level 2. On the side switch, I like that. Realign yourself, put it up in the corner, make them hold the throw. After this, the back meter kick, OEDP, but can't take too much more. Let's see, he's a breezer kill at this point. And Kazunoko's got bar at the bottom. One hit confirming the level 3, leading the victory. Can he get to the push to the corner to drive impact? Bars back, level 1 also in the chamber.
Oh my God, he still gets the opener. So, I don't know if you noticed this, but did you recall what the sequence was before the spin knuckle from Kazunoko? I know that it's a frame trap, but if you notice, Kazunoko only had a sliver of life left. He definitely would have died off of a trade. But I don't know exactly what the sequence was into the spin knuckle. I don't think Aqua knew it either. I don't think Aqua was paying attention to the amount of life that Kazunoko had left necessarily to even try to poke out of the frame trap. Because it could trade. It definitely could trade, at least in certain sequences.
There's been him. Had the bar at the bottom too as well. Memphis and burnout. Perfect parry. See if Aqua can maybe watch a little bit more. ODDP against the overhead. Kazunoko willing to spin that bar. The reversal. Be in the yellow. Play the back game. Now gets the sweep ODDP. That movement. Kazunoko with hot pursuit. Whip punish against the heavy. Too far that distance and he was ready. Level 1 to get it done. Aqua even better with the movement. Enticing him to whip.
And that was fast. That was the fastest whip punish against the roundhouse that I have ever seen thus far. Aqua was baiting the hell out of that. You can see by the space he's taking too. Yeah, just at the tip of that roundhouse as well. Kazunoko is finding that adjustment.
Turn. Kazunoko try to keep his turn going. -3, can't do that. Actually, back and forth again. Trying to entice him to even go for a jump. There's the anti-air. Luckily, it wasn't punish counter. Could have been way worse. Throw. Careful not caught up in the corner. What's the defense like? Sweep up punish against the crouching medium punch. We get the throw right after. The dive kick. The flip out. A grip right after. Kazunoko very aware of what's going to happen in these scenarios. And finds a shimmy off the throw. The offense is so good. The enticement of button placement is so good from Aqua. It's the defense that Kazunoko is able to operate around. He is so confident. It's like, if I get in, I can make you crumble.
Well, we're starting to see the complete package that is Kazunoko, right? You talked about his defense thus far, withstanding a lot of the spacing traps that Aqua's kind of presenting, and also the neutral that Aqua's been playing has been very, very competent. But it's Kazunoko's offense, I feel like, that's giving Aqua the most trouble, right? He hasn't really been able to stop once Kazunoko lands that knockdown. And I like kind of spending this a little bit early. That level 3 establishing a little bit of a life lead, but the drive gauge being a little bit problematic for the side of Kazunoko. Oh, you tried to jump out of there? You got hit with it raw.
Chan, back me up, just the two of us. Like that, walk him down, you'll take that trade. Don't let this man land that level 3, that CA. Perfect parry, drive rush punish right after. You should kill, yes sir, even with the scaling. Able to calculate it properly with that combo. And again, he's so Aqua in general, I should say, is so aware of when the buttons are coming out, where they're coming out, and dealing with the heavier ones. Heavy kick, stand music at some points. He knows what is going to be like a big pain point for him, and knows how to, route it back from the brink. Game to game right now. Gets that momentum. We'll see.
I'm loving the spacing that Aqua's occupying right now against Kazunoko. Up until this point. The big risk being taken, the OD up ball. Although it lands, it puts himself in a burnout though. The back throw, punish counter as well. Biding his time. What a jump out, actually, from the side of Aqua. Getting out of harm's way, but Kazunoko taking a big risk himself with OD uppercut. No way. The big pain against the level 1. I'm telling you, man. The defensive decision making from Aqua, I feel like it's too much to bear.
Watching how Kazunoko kind of pecks away and is hitting resources. There's the anti-air though. Lift off. Slide. Nice and close to the drive rush right after. Takes a throw. Play on both sides. Kazunoko trying to shoot first. And the button choice is a little different here for the side of Kazunoko. I don't see as many heavy kicks, standard medium kicks. And hesitation, you see Kazunoko reading back. Sees that crouching medium punch hit. Stand fierce. No level 2 just yet.
Both players so heavily drained right now in the drive gauge. You can see the patience being exuded from both, though. Just trying to get at least the 3-bar threshold, and that's where you see the offense start to spring up again now. Kazunoko is trying to zoom his way in. That's a great way to start, though. Level 2. Looking to drain the gauge, but Kazunoko smartly backing off after the double parry. Doesn't have to do it again. He's satisfied with the amount of meter that he has.
Super! Flips it back, medium kick. I like this actually. We're going for a reversal. We're going for one that aims for the drive gauge and does the most amount of damage. Both about the same, but more bar for the side of Kazunoko. Dog walking him to the corner. Oh, he's trying to go for the command grab. Not on the likes of Kazunoko. This man has been in the trenches for years upon years. You're going to catch him lacking and slacking like that. Not Kazunoko.
Ain't no way, shape, or form are you going to catch this man slacking with a command grab like that. Not ever. My man will jump. He is king of the skies. My man lives in Skypia. He is NL, right? Not the Korean player. I mean, on some Luffy stuff. But as it stands right now, 10 points secured from Crazy Raccoon. I'm loving that right now. At least in terms of the play between the two, it was so close. Aqua, I don't fault him for trying to go for a command grab like that. I think any other player would have got, but I think Kazunoko, he's a human calculator, man. He's like, you know what? If there's any time to get hit by command grab, it would definitely be in this moment. It's like when you think about when a drive impact is coming, majority of the time it's in the corner because that's where you reap the most reward. It's like, all right, well, you got to be ready for it at this point in time or this part of the stage, right? So Kazunoko definitely keeping his eye keen, or at least his mind keen on the idea of a command grab coming in. That's why he got a very valuable jump to secure the 10 points. But outside of that, I think Aqua played it really well. There were some shaky moments on defense, but offensively, I think he held his own.
That's movement. It's really good. I like to see a run back. If that happens, it could occur. But for right now, we're moving on. And it's as I suspected. I don't like Akuma going up against Aki, even though we have seen Shuto do well against Lily. I don't like sitting up in Akuma against Lily, against Hibiki, who has studied that matchup so much and understood the different styles. Isn't always picture perfect. Hasn't always been. If I remember correctly, it was actually Shuto that took down Hibiki in a very dominant match, actually. But it's one of those things where Hibiki has learned from that, like right after, and I wouldn't want to trust, on paper at least, sitting up Akuma against Lily. You know, he loves that matchup. The other Akuma players out there don't like the matchup that much. Send up Dogura with the Bison. I believe, if we look back at the very first time that they played, yes, Dogura was the one that took down Hibiki. So it's going to be a matchup of who's going to pressure who, but who gets to start off usually is going to be Bison. Drive rush is better on his side of things, way faster. His ability to put on the bomb to enforce you to enact an action, to enforce you to have to engage, makes it really hard for Lily. And her defense is not good at all. In fact, you know, you don't have to jump cancel anymore. That's no longer part of the equation. So I would set up a character and a player who's so psychic, who's so good at reading what you want to do before you even do it, like Dogura. I think this is a perfect choice.
Yeah, I mean, you taking a look at how they performed in their week number 3 match. You can see it on the graphic. Perfect timing, actually. You look at that anchor spot between Hibiki playing the Lily and Dogura as Bison. Granted, it's his pre-patch, but that was a very convincing 3-0 for the side of Dogura, right? I think overall, Hibiki, if anything, if his interview comes up, I'm pretty sure he says something along the lines of trying to get revenge today, which he does. But that is too commanding of a performance. And then Dogura also still securing the W's against Hiroshima Team Iguza. It kind of makes me wonder like whether or not he's going to be aiming for both of these cats while in the home position. Obviously, he's aiming for Hibiki today because, I mean, let's face it, having a 3-0 W against a Lily, I think he's pretty comfortable in that matchup. But I think going into the away spot too, you could bet that Dogura is going to put himself in that roster because of how confident he is against at least two of the big members of the Hiroshima Team Iguza squad.
100%. I think he'd be confident to go up against anybody. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being the anchor in the next run of matches, to be honest. Like, just sits there and is ready for anybody that comes his way. You know, I think even with the matchups, even if there are matchups, which I don't think so, that are uncomfortable for him on paper, or the character at least, I think him as a player is a solid addition. And first of three, and someone who's so capable of reading what you want to do and poking you with counter hits before you even get your button off and frustrating you. We saw it in Street Fighter 5, we see it in Street Fighter 6. I'm assuming that in a general sense with Bison. I really think that Dogura is a perfect fit for an anchor. Honestly, a lot of these players are. Shuto especially. Bonchan has gotten better and better. But Dogura, I think, would go up in the away. But that, of course, is a bit later on. Right now, I think this is the perfect choice. Dogura says, hey, Hibiki, I know he would have came, but I also trained to get a win, so I'll win again. It's crazy that he is so prepped to be able to get another W on the opponent. Usually, people will think about, okay, I have to fight this person again. I'll train a little bit more. Dogura probably did way more than just, let me just tweak a few things here and there. I went back to the lab, looked at all the things that he had mistakes on, and we'll make sure this is even more dominant than what it was previously. I don't know how you could do that, but maybe just more so in the match itself. Whenever I've seen it being played, nowadays, even with the nerfs, it does kind of suck that you can't approach the air because, you know, Devil's Reverse, stuff like that, way weaker. So you can air to air. Still very much powerful for Bison. Stand Fierce, great tool. Stand Medium Kick is a great button of choice that every Bison player has been using. Honestly, I feel like I watched Yipes do that when he was playing Justin Wong, and now everybody doing it. It is a fantastic poke tool, and you'll probably see it quite a bit out here.
Yeah, that's easily one of his favorite buttons. I think he's openly mentioned that a bunch of times over, but he's also taken that kind of advice from like Bison players of old, right? I think like if you look at the way he's played in previous iterations, it's still like a pretty significant poke. You know, now that I think about it, I think, you know, Bison is the biggest winner of the patch. You know what I mean? I think he has the biggest bump. The fact that he gets Shin Bison is pretty neat. Alpha 3 Bison, pretty damn good. And he gets access to his teleport if he gets his taunt. I'm just saying, man. I'm pretty buff. If you get it.
If you get it. And now Dogura with a nice lead. The Stand Fierce coming through and playing around the plus rings. Teasing the idea. Perfect parry. The punch right after. We always go for the bomb ender. Yes, sir. OD for the plus swings, drive reversal. Now your burnout, it's a fair to burnout. Bison up this. I don't know why he did the drive rush bomb though. Not the best idea.
So that drive rush bomb also can try to like autocorrect and go to the other side and catch the other person like on the other side too. So I've definitely seen that strategy implemented by Xiaohai as well.
Ah, okay.
It does look kind of wonky.
Closer. Yeah.
It's worth it. This is a good connecting from the side of Dogura as well. What a neutral jump, the intuition on point.
Cover in time to block that out. And you have to go for neutral jumps for punishing Hibiki. Typically, it's hard for her to punish consistently. Stand high kick and do it, but you gotta be so close, and it's an uncomfortable range. Oh, the command grab will land. The Mexican Typhoon does enough damage to kill. And evils things out, and this bar at the bottom is level 3. Same with Bison. Might see a 70% combo. We'll see. And then the bomb first.
Damn, the amount of damage to the drive gauge as well. But it's still kind of healthy. Hibiki tried to jump out of the corner. He just got hit raw by that meaty. Level 2. Damage to the drive gauge again, excuse me. Forward throw. I think he hit him one more time. Oh.
It's Attack. Strike reversal in the shimmy. Finesse and blast across the really punch and put him to rest. Good stuff from Dogura to keep the pressure on. We mentioned it. Really does not have the best defense or really defense of the name besides that bar at the bottom for that level 3 or maybe level 2.
It's really tough too, especially when she gets put in a throw loop scenario. Her not having access to jump cancel SPD anymore is a pretty good deal.
Yeah. So light. Like that, some distance, stocks up, perfect parry. Corridor go. There's a bomb. Drops overhead, no, it's a throw. We need tech though from Hibiki. The bomb is still on.
Oh! On a counter? Oh, hella damage. Was that tap parry? I actually didn't even get to hear the sound effect. That has to be, right? If it's a punish counter like that?
Yeah. 100%.
Oh!
It'll work out. I'll parry that time. It worked out. Horn. The super. They're going to help take it away. Stocks up right after. Driver's throw. We tech though. The recover properly done here from Hibiki. Able to alternate when the proper time is to stock up. And this time again, throw it to open.
Oh, damn, that was actually within the perfect range too. A slight step back into command grab. Dogura still rushing in. She's a kick at the right spot. Punish counter. Back to back punish counters. Hopping.
Shimmy.
Many
times this man has tech. And the damage output is too much to deal with right now. That one-touch scenario. Burnout, OD. Desperation. The air-to-air, the flip-out. The light connects into the super. It's enough. It's not.
Uh-oh. Oh, he sniped out the tail end of that jump. That was crazy. At the very end. My man, Hibiki. What a condor dive. What a clutch condor dive. Does that get into the mental of Dogura though?
See? Parry. Makes some Typhoon punish. Stock up again, of course. Dogura holds himself. He's able to find the proper time. Or at least weak go in. Take some room. Crouch fierce bomb. First bar to get back on. OD at the proper time. If that was this time, would have exploded. Waco super works out though for Dogura. Beautiful whip punish. Sign of a good bison. Whip punish with a scissor kick. Get the punch counter right after it. I guess the elongated whip over for a throw. Super interrupts instead.
It's a win stock. He's got 2 of them on deck, by the way. Oh, you tried to parry and you pay for it? My God. My man was running a mile a minute. He tried to put the speed bump on him. He's like, nope. I'm jumping this curve, baby. That was sick. What a call out from Dogura. Drive rush forward into the throw, man. That's real psycho power.
We all do it too. When we're fighting Bison, like tapping that parry because you're afraid of overhead, drive rush medium, which we've seen continuously. Hell, driver sweep, depending on what Dogura wants to do. That's 20 points to tally right now. Crazy Raccoon. If they win this anchor match, it'll be our first blowout of these playoffs. But I don't think it's going to occur. You have Hikaru on the deck with a plethora of characters. He's got the Honda. The Manon may be in the background depending on what matchup might occur. And of course the Aki, which we know him for.
Yeah, man. You know, I was thinking about it. Like, Aki has a bunch of normals to counter drive rushes like that. I'm actually quite surprised that he was so timid to even throw any of those normals out. Like, he has medium punch, he has crouching heavy punch, regular heavy punch if need be. Like, there was a lot of options, man. Like, he's gonna just let him run up on you like that in your own hood? That's wild, bro.
Comes out of this though. Bonchan. Papa Bonchan coming through the fight. Hikaru. Let me see if they played. I don't think they played. I think Shudo played, and then first time it was not Hikaru playing. Oh wait, no, they did play. They played the very first time. It was 25-20. Crazy Raccoon took the win. but Hikaru had taken it over Bonchan. But I think that was a Bonchan that didn't really know what he wanted to do with Akuma at that time. That was a Bonchan before he found out how good stand light kick was with this character. How good he could use that with the fireballs, with the walk speed, give it a buffer behind it. It's a new Bonchan right now. New him, new Goki. You know, way more confidence too as well. We've seen over at the, when he had qualified through the regulation play, or his team did, we saw how he was talking about, like, okay, I have to get stronger, I have to get better. Even though it felt like he wasn't that bad, obviously didn't have the results or good results for the other players, but it didn't feel like he was like that far off from being the Bonchan or the Akuma player that he wanted to be.
We're getting the interviews coming in too. I kind of wonder what Bonchan has to say about that too. I just love Bonchan's attitude overall, to kind of switch the topic. A little side note, man. He's been such a phenomenal player throughout the years, but more so his personality coming out more and more as like the years progress has been such a treat to all the fighting game fans. But also seeing his content also with his kids out there, and how he's teaching his kids to play also. I didn't realize being able to utilize like the smaller controllers for kids that are trying to learn is so clutch. I didn't really think about that. I had seen that from like one of Bonchan's tweets that led into his like videos. Yeah, the drones too. Yeah.
Smart, actually. Hey, started him early. I like that. Future Evo champions, and you know, with the tools of Bonchan, of course they'll be there. We did get the part of the interview here from Hikaru. He said, "I'm sorry to the fans that expected Aki, but I thought Honda would have the best chance. I will do my best." That is a crazy statement, considering that Aki is amazingly strong. But in this league, in this matchup spread right here, you have Akumas running rampant, you have Bices as well. You're like trying to find an answer, and you pull out the Honda. I think people will be pretty happy though overall, like seeing a different character on the screen. You know, Aki is very strong, and many Aki fans are out there. You know, Aki is cool, that. But it is cool to see the switch up in a different character, and the way that he plays, as you mentioned, is so different than the usual Honda you would expect. Playing around the buffs that have happened, alongside the neutral that the creators are trying to guide people to use. Stand medium punch, one of the best, if not his best tool to poke with, is like your party starter, your finisher, your engagement tool. It lurches forward, it's plus. It is such a great button, along with Stand Fierce and his other buttons as well, that you have the extensions off the Heavenly Hands now in Season 2. He feels way more complete. It just doesn't feel like people don't play him enough in that style. But you have someone like Hikaru with the helm, he can maybe make the magic happen.
There have been a couple of specialists that have been really abusing the sumo step tech, and also a lot of the spacing trap stuff that he has off of that too, even off of some of the pressure from medium punch too, to force a lot of those errors. I know Ultra David's been a really big component of that. I know Jick D from the East Coast, also really big Honda proponent proponent of Honda, one of the big Honda mains out there. Freezer from the Oceania scene has been a very big honeypot of tech for Honda as well. So we're slowly starting to see that develop even further. So seeing Aki, excuse me, I called Hikaru Aki. Seeing Hikaru now take that mantle as being one of the Honda mains is such a big buff to that community also. Oh, I can't forget about Super Yan too. Super Yan's been deploying a lot of the Honda techs that's been happening throughout the North American scene too. So shout outs to her. So there are like a scarce amount of Honda players, but when they show up in style, and they show up in a pretty dominant fashion, right? Enough to get their names out there and enough to get some of their tech out there as well. So as few as they are, I feel like in comparison to the Dawson mains, a lot of the tech for Honda has been put out there.
100%. I would consider Honda. Actually, here at CEO Otaku, to be honest, I have seen at least 7 Honda players. Where they all come from. But the character does have strengths, and even Bonchan had noticed this. He said, "I trained and thought Honda could beat or can't beat Akuma, but I'll win against Aki or Honda either way." So he recognizes that maybe this is in favor of Akuma, but he will fight it out no matter what. Charge up. The heavy fireballs will pose a big threat for this character, but burnout, what happens? The hands roll the man. The jump back is there, avoids the head, but there's a punish down as well. Hard knockdown with the sweep. Taking a throw though. Bar to work with.
Damn. Spacing trap too. Throw, Ochio, 6-framer. Yeah, there is a gap in between that sumo step, though. Can't let him get in for free. Ooh, the stop sign happened to land on the fireball. He was just trying to back away. I get it, but good presence of mind. Very great fireball, too, from the side of from Bonchan. Perfect time to do it.
Oh, I mean, name of the game. Honda having not the best anti-fireball tools in the business. And nice interruption also against the sumo set. We talked about how that's +3 on block. You don't have to hold that. Defense gets that is really difficult to deal with, and the damage that could come through is hard for even Akuma to have to hold. So like the preemptive measure. Stand fierce anti. Halloween, the drive rush medium punch. Sumo set the palm parade. The only DP against the fake out Kara. No guessing right now, but what happens when there's a bait from Hikaru? Can we find that timing to bait up some of these reversals from Bonchan?
Damn, he just so far. He can be chilling on this life lead if need be. Hang out with the drive gauge as well. Maintaining his charge. That is still scary though. Forward throw, dash up, do it again. One of the big weaknesses that Honda has is against the throw.
Fireballs. Careful now. So we see a little bit more offensiveness and pushing the fireball agenda. Start by the proper time to hit that super. Overhead blocked out. That medium did not reach at the very fingertips.
Block on the overhead! Bonchan not ready for the throw tech either. He was just walking back. He was just trying to get out of there. But funny enough, that back walk speed nerf not going to get him out of dodge.
Still good, but not that good. Not anymore. Tatsu for the maximum amount of carry. Perfect parry. Stand fierce, punch look for the comfort skills. Palm parade once again. Back to mid-screen. Double strike kick. This time the head switches it up. Got him into level 3 burnout incoming. What a switch up, too.
He got the roundhouse into the headbutt, confirming into the super. That was sick.
Overhead land, so comes up too often. And if it's level 3, get your bar back and close to the victory. This is good because honestly for Bonchan, you can get aggressive, drive rush throw because it'll blow up all the defensive options that Honda has right now. You try to go for it. That's why you see the tech. Hikaru, desperate tech to stay alive.
They're both in burnout. Oh, but the fireball is just so problematic at that speed as well. Even trying to walk and block, Hikaru just taking the damage. Unfortunately, Bonchan, he was big chilling with those fireballs regardless.
This man is one of the people who invented the fireball game with his Sagat. It makes sense to see him do so well with this character, with Akuma, especially when it's time to like clutch it up. But I like the idea of like, I'll put you in burnout. Like, all I have to worry about now is like a drive rush throw to kill you because you can't do like a wake up OD headbutt because they'll get blown up by a throw. I know what your defensive options aren't, so I'll play around those ideas. But Hikaru though, gotta give him credit that confirmed, having to blow up that strike throw scenario. From what I saw from Storm Kubo teaching Itazan, yes, Storm Kubo is teaching Itazan Honda. Hikaru is like one of the best at confirming damn near everything with the character. Like that's one of his best and biggest strengths. We saw it right here. It's just what happens when I don't have that defense. Like, have you trained that innate defense? And it's hard for Honda to be solid against a character that can just help you with fireballs, take away your drive gauge, and you know, have that drive rush throw and strike throw, I should say, continuous looping pressure. I want to see what Hikaru's answer is to all that, and it may not exist in a full fashion, but what's good enough to like pass like a first of 3 to beat Bonchan, or will he change to another character?
I found it highly doubtful that he will switch to Aki, just because of how much commitment he's put towards this character, both on his CFN and also publicly what he's talked about too at tournaments, and also what he's played at some of the CPTs and World Warriors, right? So I think he's really confident in his Honda to keep playing it out.
See, I mean, he also has the Manon, but I don't know if that's one of those things where he's like, well, this works better with Honda. Let me just drop this the wayside. Like, I don't want to play with you no more. And drops her into the trash. I don't know if that happened. I don't think I've seen him play Manon since he started playing Honda. I think you're right. I think he might just stick it out with the Honda.
That's right.
For the entirety of this set.
Yeah, looking at the CFN, he's not really gone back to Manon as much. He's been putting a lot of time and effort in this Honda. He's putting a lot of investment in this character, and it paid off, technically. I think he's definitely one of the big winners of the most recent patch in comparison. Like, Manon also got some pretty nice buffs, but in terms of like the meter gain that she gets off of like the medal system too, off of the command grabs as well. But overall, like, they've been both in a pretty nice upward journey for attention and buffs received from Capcom. But I think overall, for Hikaru, the current investment right now is in Honda.
This works. Honda back on the screen, as you mentioned. The first round, I should say, wasn't that bad, to be honest. He had the right confirms, the right ideas, good ways to blow up on defense. It's just when Akuma gets going, it's hard to stop the punch with Honda. Anti with the headbutt right there, able to stop the demon flip from happening. Stocks up the heavily hands, nice and easy. With those extensions, once you get the 100-hand slap, follow up right after that. Uh-oh, blessings are coming through from Bonchan.
The big interruption against the drive rush. Pretty antsy on both ends, but Bonchan coming out the winner in that exchange. Now pushing into the corner. Now in the corner. Excuse me, Hikaru. What's your defensive options like, man? Against Akuma, it's so difficult. I like that, yeah. Being able to slap chop against a neutral jumping player. Good awareness, good presence of mind on defense. Neutral throw. Drivers forward. No, he's chilling. I like that. I like the patience being exuded too. No need to rush on in there.
Turtle style. Relax. Make them overextend. You have the perfect buttons to wall them out. To catch them dashing up. Oh. Still only headbutt though, but still, you're cooling. Trade in your favor. You have the help. Take it. Also throw. 20 seconds now. 100% fears. Jabs. No throw just yet. Bonchan needs a significant confirm at this point. 13 seconds. Drive impact. It lands at the proper time. He took away the drive gauge. Lands the drive impact at the right time. My God, at 5 seconds remaining, Bonchan, the chase down.
Oh, what a smart driver versus two. Doesn't even want to try to play against that strike throw game at the end of the pseudo step hands. But that was so smart, man. Like, Hikaru, he did have 2 bars to his name. There could have been an option for level 1, but who would have guessed at that very moment that Bonchan would have thrown out that giant impact so well calculated? Oh, it was ducked!
Great. Nice soft throw before. This time he's able to answer on the way down. But you can't do that. Neutral jumps blown up by stand fierce and the headbutts. This guy's got everything. He try to jump north, right in front of him. I'm starting to understand how to play this matchup and how Bonchan plays. It's just the defense has to be there. You have to avoid being burnt out as much as possible.
Oh, so much explosive damage coming in from this Honda as well. I wonder what like the range is that Hikaru's hitting some of these crouching heavy punches at. I feel like I know it could be like at best -3 perhaps? No, that can't be right. Oh boy.
That's nice. It's like a space trap though. 2 expended, but now you're burnt out. You have level 1. Try the gap. Smart even lets you the jump back. Oh no, look at the toss. He's back at bar. Back in business. Full stock. Try to throw. Stand fierce. Tick throw again. Fireball. No, we can try for stand fierce. In the overhead, you are dead.
You dirty dog. You actual dirty dog. That was actually kind of disgusting. Look, he's even laughing it off. My man landed a hit, a whole sequence that he could have gone into. He drive rushed forward into the overhead. Is that the kind of example you want to set for your kids, man?
It's been around Shudo, bro. Shudo be doing stuff like that. That's Shudo influence. Oh my God. Game point. Significant. 40 points to start things off. If Bonchan continues this momentum, his offense has been insane. Breaking down Hikaru.
Oh, yeah. Huge. Now praise the sun. Oh, the uppercut. He doesn't give a damn about your knockdown. Bonchan has so much real estate to work with as well. He gets the big chill until he gets that 3-bar threshold. We might see him kind of go into offense after that, exactly right when we said it too. He had dashed up into lights. Much more comfortable in striking range. Oh boy. Sitting down. Ugh. We still got hands.
Oh, drive rushes in. Able to get the conversion. Stand for his fall parade. The timing. Round. That's sick. Wait for it. Just a little bit, just a smidge. Right down from Bonchan. Overhead lands.
Oh, what was the counter hit?
Right after it for the Oki.
Counter hit on the overhead, being able to link into standing like kick. I like that. Happy little accident. Oh, that is everything for Bonchan. He really does, man. So much mileage off of that standing right kick. As you mentioned, really, really loving that button. Oh, adamant fist into nothing. You trying to whip that in front of Hikaru? Praise the sun. Now trying to jump out of here. Ooh. Oh.
Impact. Hikaru did not commit to another button right after. Even flip side flip. Oh, can't do that this season. Extra recovery for good reason. You're about to die. Hold this level 3. Wait, awareness of Hikaru. People still trying to steal turns. He's not dead. He's not dead. It's the one more touch. Hikaru. One nice only headbutt. Blood slam volume up. One hit from the 100-hand slap will kill.
You know, this only builds more meter for Hikaru. He'll take that. Might as well. Silver linings here. But, okay, I was going to say, if anybody can make that comeback happen, it's definitely Bonchan. But getting himself the first game of the set is Hikaru, man. He's playing the long game.
That being said, Bonchan kind of gave that away at the beginning, going for the adamant fist without any drive gauge. He kind of just did the raw adamant fist. No drive gauge behind it. Usually it's drive gauge or rush into adamant fist to catch people teching or going for like a button, whatever it may be. That didn't really happen. He did it raw round start. You don't really see that often. You know, that's very strange. Those mistakes add up. You know, Hikaru won't let that go and he'll get that lead and sit on it. That being said, if Bonchan doesn't make those mistakes, it's going to be very difficult for Hikaru. You know, it's already been difficult for Hikaru. It'll be even worse for him. We see the matchup knowledge start to accumulate as it goes on. He'll do like target combo, like medium with Akuma, and then go for the dive kick. He'll go for the demon foot dive kick to catch the stand fierce. Because that button has been really annoying. He's like, okay, I got something for you. And Akuma thrives on matchup knowledge. We know that Akuma is able to really operate when he understands a matchup because his reward is so good. You just have to know those entry points. And it's clear that Bonchan does. He has to be very careful about what he does. Especially ground start, that adamant fist was a huge mistake.
Yeah, I think it's not too much to kind of dwell on it. I kind of wonder what else needs to be done, but looking at how he got there in the first place, being able to assess that is pretty important, right? Like how he even let Hikaru have that many Ws, have that many opportunities to at least net a couple of rounds is a pretty significant deal, right? They want to kind of blow out this match as soon as possible. Granted, Bonchan still has another game to work with, or another game advantage to work with, being up 2-1 to Hikaru, but I'm loving the big changes coming in from the side of Hikaru as well. Not so much heavy on like the spacing traps as before, with some of the larger normals like medium punch or like heavy punch at that, or even crouching heavy punch, right? We talked about that a little bit, being -3 at the certain distances. I kind of wanted to correct myself. At certain distances, he could put himself at 0 or +1, hence why we see some of the counter hits happen too, being able to like stuff other normals, other startup of normals too within ranges, like jab on jab. That allows him to do that, right? So I think Hikaru kind of playing a different style of offense has been really kind of forcing Bonchan to make this timeout happen, to take this timeout with his teammates. So we'll see now what the other approach is for Honda going into this.
In here still for Bonchan, but Hikaru got one on the board. And keep that momentum up. Fireball tap parry. That's that outrage. We can't enact the stand medium. Dash up. Is check with the jabs. Toe tap to counter it though. Took his turn. It's minus he took his turn. Bonchan. Right, all the way to the bank. Frame kill. Odie fireball. But the throw too far out. Oh lord, wall pin. And we get Tatsu right after this. Charge up fireball as well. Back to instead.
Round 2. Fight.
Stand light kick. Good old reliable. Interrupting against the OD palm parade. It's been a big issue. What again? Not allowed to parade around here.
You weren't kidding about it being so reliable. Now the air approach with the air fireball. That's going to be a bad. That's going to be a pretty bad trade actually for the side of Bonchan. The big opener. Spend the rest of that bar. Absolutely. Look at the cash out on that, dude. That is what, 60%?
Oh, the leader. In the recycling bin. Cash in, cash out, right? Do what you have to do to cash out to continue in the bracket, continue against Bonchan, I should say. They're going to set point. Now OD fireballs to switch up here for Bonchan. Used a bar up in the air right there. Hikaru hold their parry, buff with the drive rush. Right after butt slam. There we see the car land. Finally, look at the damage.
That's so tricky too. Oh. Air approach is really not working out for the side of Bonchan. The demon raids haven't been working out. The air fireballs necessarily haven't been working out. But the switch up onto the dive kick, although it landed, it didn't net him the big damage or the sequence he was looking for. No way. No way that actually landed.
Oh, not dead. So got bar at the bottom. It's a fight. Can't hear no bell. Tried impact for the split. Walk up against much far as possible. He's a beefy boy. But Adamant Fist crouching his fireball. Heavy kick Tatsu will do it. Bonchan scores 20 points for his team, and that's 40 in totality. Crazy Raccoon is going insane in the membrane right now.
That was really well played too. I was wondering what he's gonna do with the rest of his meter. I'm glad he didn't do another like normal into drive rush cancel into another set of normals. That would have been way too heavily scaled. So I loved the decision to go into OD Adamant Fist and finish off the rest of Honda's life bar. That was really well played. Bonchan truly is an expert marksman when it comes to the assassination game. That was so sick to see. Scary as hell, though.
Sure. Yes. Still horrifying, because that could have been in Hikaru's favor. It's starting to understand the matchup. As you mentioned, the aerial approach was getting checked the challenge. Starting to headbutt the fireballs, deal with the OD fireball by just simply holding parry against it, and headbutt the dive kicks. One dive kick did work, but Bonchan didn't get a significant amount of reward from it. So it's like he started to understand the matchup as well, so Bonchan ended it before it could get any worse for him. 40 for Crazy Raccoon. That means in this next match, the next switch up, all they need is 30. That's it. That means maybe you have like a 1 first 2 and that first 3. That's it. That's all you need. But, or maybe you do 2 first 2s and then you don't gain ground on that anchor position. But then after that, in the next flip up, you're just getting any game after that, it's your W. So a lot to consider.
Yeah, pretty tough. There is a potential 2-setter here with the way that Crazy Raccoon's been performing. Now, I might have jinxed it. I definitely said that, you know, we wouldn't see a 4-0 bomber in the first round of plays because of the way that these two teams have been studying up for each other. I would like to formally apologize. Listen, that was my fault. That, you know, that it happened. I'm sure all the Crazy Raccoon fans are thanking me, but a lot of the Hiroshima Team Igza fans.
I think at this point, you run what needs to be run. And I'd like to run over this Street Fighter duel. Honestly, I don't think they have Aki, but they do have JP. We've been requesting new characters from Street Fighter 6. And as we do so, they somehow deliver. So let's keep requesting. I want more Street Fighter 6 characters, even more. Whatever comes out, even in the future of Street Fighter 6, love to see them being added and new costumes too. In fact, let's get cyclical. Let's get the Street Fighter dual costumes put in Street Fighter 6. I would love to see it. All those cool Halloween costumes and stuff like that, the holiday costumes and stuff, the festive stuff. Put it in the game too.
Who would you want as like the next character if they continued with the Street Fighter 6 collab? I'm gonna say my first one would easily be Jamie. I think Jamie would be super sick in this type of game, being able to like buff him and his team with the drinks or the level 2. I think that'd be super sick to see.
この後2巡目の試合となります。準備の間こちらをご覧ください。
I never really realized how much time we have left between breaks and also like going into the break, so that was my bad. I didn't mean to leave you hanging. Welcome back, everybody. We got round 2 coming up between Crazy Raccoon and Hiroshima Team Ikusa. Myself, Vicious, here with Senkola. We were talking a little bit about Street Fighter Duel, actually. Who would you want to see from like Street Fighter 6 make it into the lineup?
Yeah, really cool. But I honestly, I just want to see Jamie. Actually, I just want to see all of them. I like having all the characters in there, like a collective kind of thing. But anyway, back to the match though. There's so much at stake. 40 points in total for Crazy Raccoon. Isn't that wild? A blowout. The first one we have had for this season of the playoffs. I don't honestly did not call that. Did not think it was going to happen, but it happened. So what do you do now? Hiroshima Team Itsuka, what's your response? What's your rebuttal? How are you going to strike back?
Cole, I was just trying to get an answer out of you, bro. Like, you know, you didn't give me one, man.
Sorry,
what
bro.
happened?
Sorry.
I just wanted to get a character out of you, bro. Come on, man.
All right,
and then you said my choice. You said my choice, and you were like, no, I want all of them in there. What? Come on, man. What's happening over
I want Aki. If I had to directly one, let me get Aki. Let me get Aki.
Thank you. Damn, man. You just left me hanging. He was like, let's talk about the match. I'm like, they're still setting it up. There's plenty of time. You got time, man.
You're right. You know I'm excited.
But it was a rough shot. Crazy Raccoon's scoring the 40 bomber was, I won't say like completely unprecedented. I thought, in my heart of hearts, I thought Hiroshima Team Ikusa would put up like a way closer of a fight, right? Their first interaction in the league at week number 3, it went down to the tiebreaker. I thought it would be that type of scenario again, just being able to hover around a lot of the CFNs from both teams. I think I really enjoyed the amount of work that the Team Ikusa team has been putting up, right? But let's talk about the current atmosphere now with the away side. Crazy Raccoon having to shift over after that big beatdown. We got Dogura, Kazunoko, and Bonchan. Pretty stable, right?
I feel like there's no way that whatever Crazy Raccoon puts up, it won't be stable, right? You switch out one of the Akumas for a different Akuma, possibly like Shuto or whatever, but no matter where you put them, they're still going to be super strong. You can put either of these cats, all the cats, in anchor position, and they would all cook. That's what makes this so difficult for Hiroshima Team Itsuka. They're on the home position, but it almost kind of sucks for them because it's like, why still have to deal with a Bison, a Kami, and a Kuma at the end of the day, and there's no real big counterplay for all those characters. Maybe the most you could say is Honda for Kami, but that's not always the case from what I've seen. So we do start off with Aqua. See, it's just so hard. I can't even say no to this or yes to this because whatever you send up, it's going to be difficult.
It's kind of wild too. Like Aqua didn't necessarily have the best record against Dogura. It was 2-1. Sounding pretty close. I don't necessarily recall the intimate details as to how it played out. But just looking at that, right? That's more than enough to kind of let me know that it's like, all right, he must be confident in facing off against Dogura's Bison.
The Blanca too. What has he developed since that time? But Dogura looks so strong though, even just recently. Even today, he looks amazing. He's foot on the pedal, drive rush sweeps, stand fierce, things like that. We see him laying the bomb more often. Obviously, that's a very grazing thing to say with Bison because you'll be doing that regardless. But it's really good about playing around what you want to do. You want to tap parry against him, against like a drive rush, but you're worried about so many things. He'll use that to his advantage and go for the throw and get that punish kind of damage. His defense, I think it's not really about like, oh, he knows how to wake up super at the right times because usually he does, but it's also him preemptively stuffing and stopping what you want to do before bad things can happen. So I think that might come into play against Aqua with his like movement that he's been doing. He's been jumping back and kind of goading you to whip certain things. I don't think Dogura's going to be goaded into doing bad scissor kicks. So Dogura says, I was expecting Honda to come at me or Kazunoko, but I can win here too. And Aqua says, I know my moves weren't that bad, so I'll win here. He's right about that, but does this work against Bison though? That same sort of like hoppy game plan against Cam that he implemented, will it work against Bison? Scissor kick maybe, but other stuff? What do you think?
I feel like it's going to be just fine. I think like Bison doesn't necessarily have too bad of a time facing off against Blanca, being able to utilize scissor kicks, being able to utilize far-reaching normals like medium kick also to kind of enforce pressure. One of the biggest things that I feel like Dogura is really good at is enforcing that pressure, right? I think he's done a great job of really kind of closing the gap and also applying. I think footsies, his department of footsies are top-notch. to kind of like really summate my idea here. I think the way that Aqua was playing against Kazunoko, kind of playing that patient game and trying to space out his crouching heavy punches to land a couple of these big hits, I don't know if that's necessarily going to really work that same way against someone like Dogura. So I think overall, like his presence in the neutral as Bison is going to be much more taxing to someone like Aqua, who's willing to kind of play that patient game. Next thing you know, you're going to see yourself back into the corner. So we'll see. I think Dogura is going to be more so encroaching on that space against Aqua, forcing him on the back foot a lot of the times. We'll kind of see if Aqua has kind of fixed up his defensive options or his counterplay options for someone like Dogura.
I'll have to. I mean, Dogura gets in, he gets nasty. The character with the bomb dumps out so much damage, and Dogura, again, predictive with like so many counter hits, leads into so much for the character. Counter hit, crouching light, leads into crouching medium punch, into the bomb loop pressure that you expect to see from Bison. And I agree, I think like the defense is going to be what's tried and tested here even more so from Aqua. There's so much weight on the shoulders of Hiroshima to Itsuka. Every single player knows that every point at this point is at stake even more so. It's not do or die for this particular match, but it leads into the next match being that. So you don't want to have to be the person that's like, okay, I helped put us in this position. Yes, the first couple of games were not good, but you don't want to be the person that kind of puts one more nail towards that coffin, especially right now, and especially in the home position where you are the one selected to go up or you go up on your own confidence.
Confidence is really the key here, right, for both players. Like Aqua, again, didn't really do that poorly, as he had mentioned. He's even acknowledged that in his pre-game interview. He really did not do that bad against Kazunoko. But we'll see a different type of aggressive beast. The character of Bison from the hands of Dogura. Drive rush on in. Already on the back foot, as you mentioned. But man, again, I'm surprised Dogura actually went for a button a little bit after a scissor kick where it was blocked from that range.
Right. 5, my friend. With the crouching medium plus with the driver's conversion right after. It's the up ball. Check with the throw. Dogura backdash out of danger for a little bit. Gets right back in. He can't find the impact in time. He commits for that big button that Sam fears. It's hard. You want to go for the plus frames. You can't drive impact back. Oh, interrupted with a perfect KO. Yo, Aqua. Excuse me. Put some respect on your name.
This is the counter poke game I wanted to see, right? Oh. A lot more crouching medium punch utilization too. We talked about that normal not really being as much of a threat against Kazunoko, but here's been this just fine. Like, what happens when you have a bomb on top of you? Oh no. OG Psycho Crusher, you already know it. Ugh.
Bomb.
Not too bad.
Careful to throw right. Still on though.
Yeah, you have to reversal that, right?
That's when activation went perfect. Parry in the punish right after. My favorite book. Into level 1. Gets it done. Man, that defense. Hey, offense was great. But that defense, however, not so much. Once again.
Ooh. You had to do it eventually, right? Call out the scissor kick play with neutral jump. That's been the bane of his existence since 2. Oh, perfect parry. Sit him up. God damn!
The back fist again. The bomb's on. Another one. And the bar at the bottom. Hit with an OD, it's over for you. OD stop! Scissor kick, that's gonna be it. Stand fierce at level 3 for the victory. This guy is ridiculous. Dogura going with the flow, making his own destiny and dealing out the damage. This guy's so good.
Tell him about himself.
Vega wins.
Tell him everything about himself. Dogura, 2-touch sequence. Beating the hell out of him. He's like, get out of that seat, man. Let me fight the real Blanca. That was insane. What a pair of sequences for the side of Dogura.
Meter management as well, too. That's something that some Bison players at like high level still won't have, but Dogura on point with it. He's on game point. Backs up. Let's go for the anti-air. Tries to drive rush underneath, but now this one caught up in the corner after that back throw. We'll jump again against the scissor kick. The timing here from Aqua. Reads. Still turns. Ushisti.
Still got the bomb. Still interrupting the drive rush. Man, Dogura, the presence of mind is still interrupt that drive rush forward. His offense is insane.
Willingness to keep doing things that were checked the channels previously. We saw a scissor kick, and then he whipped for a button previously, got caught. Did it again. This time it worked out. Dogura on set point. Turn right there because it was an OD. That's the wrong one.
Oh, the punish counter. Aqua thrown out a roundhouse. Oh, there was a counter again. You're actually dead. Hella dead. Doesn't matter what skill is involved. Going into level 3, you're no. Bang. Dogura outpacing Aqua at every moment. 2 games to 0. Continuing the hot streak, by the way. We got 50 points for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Just as we mentioned previously, this is not the position you want to be in at all. Where it's one anchor match or one first to 2 and another first to 2 after that, depending on. Dogura, though, this guy, the sequencing was fantastic to keep the bar for that point, and then him disrespecting. You were negative. You did scissor kick, bro. It's like the space trap. You were negative. You did the same thing. Doc was like, he wouldn't do it again. He gonna respect me. Nah, Dogura says no. Takes his turn again. Significant damage right after. This guy, Dogura, again, he's psychic. He's packed with the Wind Devil. That's why. Gives him all the secrets. Now, 50 points up here. Crazy Raccoon continuing the insane streak out here. Who do you take up on the stick to fight the likes of Kazunoko?
Funny enough, this doesn't necessarily go against you as much because it only puts Crazy Raccoon at 60 points. Like, granted, you need as many points as possible if you're trying to climb back up. But I see Hibiki being a pretty solid choice. I don't necessarily like the way that he's been playing against Camis as of late, in my opinion. But against Kazunoko, this is going to be like a much more of a challenge, in my opinion. But I don't know about sending Aki. I think Aki, you have to Hikaru. I don't know about setting Hikaru up for this middleman, just because I think he's got too much value as the anchor for Hiroshima Team Ikusa. Jazzy, I don't think he's comfortable enough to stop Kazunoko's offense with a character like Akuma, and I don't think he's gonna like even exercise on Luke at this stage of the game. So I think what other choice do you have, right? You have to send out Hibiki.
It's a sad thing to say. What other choice do you have? You know, Hibiki, the thing about him is, like, so I go to the stream sometimes, and he talks very openly about his weaknesses. And one of the things that he's been mentioning that he is trying to get ready for the playoffs was, like, he's like, I tech a lot. He's like, I tech so much. That's been a bad defensive habit of his. We saw how that got blown up so much by Sako, some of the other players, where he just tech too often, too much. And someone like Kazunoko, even Kami players, love it when you tech. Every character player loves that, but even more so for a character that loops that pressure on. You don't have that defense. So Hibiki, that test we talked about, all this has been a big test, but even more so for him as a player, for his team, it's gonna be happening right now. We're getting the interview. Kazunoko said, I'm losing in ranks, so I train for this matchup. We have the advantage, so I'll relax and play my best. Hibiki says, I have confidence against Kami, so I'll win here and get our win. Now, this all being said, Akira from Yogibo Reject did say in his list of small characters that could beat Kami, Lily was one of them. Now, do I believe that? I don't know in full. It's probably a player-to-player thing too as well. The matchups are different per region, so maybe he sees something I don't. But there are some people out there in Japan that do believe that Lily does very, very well against Kami. Sharp angle, anti-airs, crouch fierce, a great button against that character against most her ranges. It's just, I feel like that all goes down the drain when she hits you and it's Oki time. It's a continuous amount of Oki that takes you to the corner. I feel like that's not a sustainable thing. Like, oh, my neutral's good, my buttons are good at these ranges. But all it takes is one interaction, one dive kick to hit you, and the crouch fierce easily with punishable now this season. really see the favor of Lily all the time. It may be better than the other characters. You're definitely right about that, but it's one of those moments where it's like, what other choice do we have? It feels.
Yeah, that's really going to be the big question. It's already pretty much solved, but it's just a matter of like how Hibiki has evolved in this matchup specifically. I don't really like the tools that Cammy has specifically for this matchup, right? In terms of the ground game too, airborne or the ground game. I think Lily is able to kind of cover them both, but we'll see, man. I think Kazunoko has been so unpredictable at this point. Like I'm not even sure if I can believe that Lily does have the advantage against Cammy, truly.
And also the relaxation that Kazunoko has in his mind. Play looser, do things that you don't expect. He doesn't have that stress. The team is up so much. You don't want the other team to get the momentum, but it's not as pivotal. If you lose here, it's a dangerous tap. But an anti-air right there. He's to the corner.
Damn, that was meaty as hell.
Off the throw.
Dude, the command grab had to hold that. It's the win stock number 1. Damn, what a call out against the dive kick too. You get the Condor Spire mid-air against Kazunoko.
Right. Poke with a 4 fierce to stand medium, crouch fierce. There's some good buttons that she has. Over this anti-air with the combo, that is crazy. Big swinging.
What do you mean, what?
With the first victory.
Target combo.
Sorry about it. Let's remind of the butt that happened to her.
No, I mean, yeah. 4 fierce has been such a dominant tool in catching some of those airborne approaches a bunch of times over. Also, like, you talked about the many tools, man. That uppercut was coming out a mile away. That man, sorry, he was way ready for that.
All spaces, normal throw, dive kick, nice and deep with it. You're not gonna stop Kazunoko from dive kicking. Stock up, Kazunoko smoothly backs off. Trying to tap parry. Which is so good, as you mentioned. Level 3 has to be incoming. Yeah, drive gauge expended. Target PP level 3. All even in rounds, but bar all gone from the side. Kazunoko is gonna have to get aggressive with the drive gauge. Continue to route that Oki continuously. I think he's got bar to utilize for defense MVP, but you don't even need it, to be honest. I feel like the neutral has been fantastic for him thus far. Oh, what a bait. Hits the brakes, calls out the ODDP, stocks up also in between. Or goes Oki just to have some stocks up.
It felt like a little bit of a knowledge check too, because that was Hibiki going with crouching heavy punch into drive rush forward. I'd like to imagine that Kazunoko maybe thought he was able to option select into the OG uppercut, right? Like most players kind of do in the current game. Yeah, there's no way out of that. That was guaranteed. No matter what he did, Kazunoko was going to be facing a death sentence. Having 0 bars to his name while in burnout.
Okay, when we play this division now, I understand it. Many ways to anti-air. Great walls and tools with the buttons. We'll see if Kazunoko can at least find a way to like whip punch or forward pierce like that button, or crouch fierce. Now sneak his way in. Close to the dive kick, perfect parry. You see so many chances of crouch fierce on Oki. It's time to turn blue.
Man, plenty of time to just walk away from danger and get that whiff punish from the side of Kazunoko. Yes, sir. You already know he's going to be option selecting that parry.
Walks back looking for the tap parry. Nothing doing. With the sweep. For the knockdown, a hard knockdown at that. Oh no, he's back in again with the OD.
Round 2.
He knew. Not the first time. Kazunoko getting himself out of harm's way from the command grab. That's how he beat Aqua in the previous round, right? Getting away from the Blanca command grab.
I like that. Driver Crouch Fierce finds the mark. Recover. Go back though, just Crouch Fierce. Killing the drive gauge at this point. Back in the green for the dash up sweep. Almost got the trade conversion. That would have been sick. See the bar at the bottom. Oh, again, not landing when it needs to.
The side switch into level 1. Pretty damn smart. Yo, Kazunoko. Now being able to apply pressure while retaining 2 bars. Oh, you might be dead. Level 2. That's got to be more than enough damage, yeah. Despite the scaling, everything behind it, the minimum damage on that, gonna cause that kill. Tied up, 1 game apiece.
Timing's on when he gets close, like he'll like dash up, wait a little bit, and then dash up light. Kazunoko not giving up continuously. He's getting his way in. Only has to correct these reversals, but honestly, neutral looking way better as I say that he finds the proper time to let that rip.
Two win stocks to your name. What do you do about it? Do you use the Spire? No, sir. Doesn't need to. Finds himself a buff from medium.
Throw.
Oh, that was fierce. Excuse me.
Mark. And the corner cannot extend it like a stand medium. He will dive kick that. Stand live kick, walking in again with the confidence. Kazunoko been mentioning how he just confidently walks in with these light buttons. Will wait a little bit, deliberate, wait and see what you're gonna do, what you're gonna swing out. And when it's a lull in the action, he gets in and gets aggressive. Separate for Kazunoko. Wildborn hits. Nothing, no command grab. Gonna wait a little bit with that reversal. Kazunoko unwilling to let that rip. Whip punish. Nice and close to let it happen.
Sit him down. Damn, that fierce again! With a drive rush behind him. Hibiki needs to make a count with the leader that he has. Putting himself in burnout. No spire, or sorry, no win stocks. Afterwards, he's trying to play it out. From up close, at least. He's got 3 bars to his name. It doesn't matter. He had tried to input something in between and just gets clipped by the spin knuckle. Kazunoko getting the free W at least towards the end of that. Hibiki, I can't imagine. I would love to see like the CFM like replay, but I'd imagine there was an input for super. There had to be an input for super. There's no way he would throw out a normal in that sequence while in burnout. Like, he knows better.
100%. And her normals aren't really good to contest in burnout. Even outside of burnout that often. Her lights are not that good. So it had to been super. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to find the proper timing. And Kazunoko was not caring at all in the first place and takes that game. It was great for Hibiki in the start, but do you see like the lingering, frames of the buttons not being whip punished all the time, but Kazunoko taking space when that happened. Okay, 4 fierce, it's gone. I'm gonna walk in. I'm gonna encroach in that space, use these lights, and go for my Oki pressure and loop that. 60 points. This could be the last match. Now things get dark because even if Hiroshima Team Itsuka wins this next match, they get 20 points on their board finally. They cannot lose at all. So your first of twos, first of threes, whatever it may be, whatever comes up, you cannot lose as Hiroshima Team Itsuka. Everything has to be played perfectly. And if we go to the next set of matches, Crazy Raccoon is on the home side.
Pretty problematic in my opinion, right? But
yeah.
I really hope that it doesn't turn out to be an 80-point shutout. right? That's a little overkill, if you ask me, man. Getting 2 back-to-back blowouts and scoring 80 points out of the necessary 70 is kind of, you know, kind of OD.
In the run back, the rematch, Bonchan versus Hikaru. He's back on the Honda. This wasn't a blow of a match, so I don't mind Hikaru going up. And honestly, I don't think Jazzy can run a mirror match against the likes of Bonchan at this level. I think the only one that can really contest Bonchan is like Kawano, and maybe like a few other cool players like Shuto. But Jazzy hasn't had that experience out in the league yet. Like, he hasn't been there yet and that sort of energy. So I like him sitting up Hikaru, but if Hikaru loses, that's it. Will the Honda be enough to do it this time?
Even if it doesn't go for the Honda, like, is the Aki gonna be enough to keep them alive? Right? We haven't even seen that possibility. We haven't even entertained that possibility just yet because of the fact that he's been so adamant about the Honda, and he's going back in one more time with the Honda, at least in the first game.
But then you lose a game with Honda and you have less to play with a on paper weaker matchup. And yeah, you're more informed with Aki. But I gotta, it's just, you're putting more weight on you. You know, your team is relying upon you at this point. All of them can not lose from this point at all. So everybody has to play picture perfect. But you have to start it off. You have to start this momentum off. There's so much weight in Hikaru. First time in the league, it's a lot to ask for. And someone like Bonchan, but out here you see him, you know, smiling a little bit. He's kind of just a little jovial. He knows his team is up, and it's so much more relaxation on the other side for Crazy Raccoon. That music can play a little bit more wild, a little bit more loose. There was a moment where Do, when he won his World Warrior, played way different, and it ended up being better than how he played throughout the bracket, because he was just like, I'll let some OD flash kicks rip. I'm cool with it. Get a little bit more aggressive than you might think, and put people off guard. You could do the same out here, and I think Kazunoko kind of played that same way. He was like, I'll dash in. That's cool. Lose your frames after doing 4 pierce. I'll dash in on that space. That's cool. I'll take a few hits. I'll lose a round. Big deal. You know? So I wonder if Bonchan can play that same sort of way. Obviously less health, so you don't get to make as many mistakes. But all these factors do spell doom for Hiroshima Team Itsuka. I'm not trying to prophesize no demise. Hikaru could do it, but it's a long hill and a big hill to climb.
Yeah, I don't even know if like that factor kind of necessarily resonates for someone like Bonchan, who's played so sturdy, right? I don't even think he needs to necessarily like change it up to a more aggressive playstyle, or at least not necessarily aggressive playstyle, but a riskier type of playstyle. When the way that he was playing earlier worked out just fine with a 3-1 W against Hikaru, right? I think his current offensive strategies are pretty much on point. His decision making on defense were, I think, not even that risky, but he's actually had some pretty accurate decisions for the OD uppercuts. If you look at when he decided to do it against Hikaru, right? Having those appropriate reads, knowing that Hikaru is going to be pretty stubborn about some of these knockdown opportunities. So, yeah, I don't even think that necessarily applies. I don't think even with the current point advantage that Crazy Raccoon is sitting at, you won't expect Bonchan to play any wilder, in my opinion, because he's already playing pretty aggressive against Honda regardless.
First, we saw before, as you mentioned, we're seeing it right now. Oh, he has one up the corner with punish though. Gets that 4 pierce, ready with the medium fall parade. But Slam nice and close, goes with the stomp. We block it out. Bonchan goes back to full screen, seeks in the crouch, medium kick, Tatsu, heavy kick, Tatsu in there. Has him up in the corner, overhead, parried, but still have to leave yourself outside the corner. Anti-primal play is hard. It's even more difficult. A punch counter throw will kill you.
Just the amount of pressure that he has too. Not too much life left on the side of Hikaru. Opens him up. Yeah, man, he's just so dominant in the fixing department. That low medium kick. Catching that counter hit, by the way. At the time where Hikaru wanted to press a button, not going to be allowed to.
Okay, charge up level 2, trying to find some very serious fireballs. These jabs, hiding the intention. Get the fireball, get the fireball, add fireball. How can we take the fireball? Finally, we see a palm parade land, get some extension to get the buff if Hikaru. When he lands such a significant headbutt, didn't even hit a damn thing and caught the punish counter.
Just the amount of pressure. One more hit will do it, definitely. And you know what? Right on cue. Bonchan is just too much to handle at the moment. He needed to do all that. My man is just flexercising at this point. My man was already
cool.
He was already at like the finish line. My man had to show out with the rest of it. I appreciate that, I guess.
He's still running laps around there. He's still, bro, you're done. You already got the medal. Yeah, I'm still going, bro. I'm still going. You know, back to my original point though, like maybe it's not an aggressive play style, but maybe like the mentality. Like your mentality's looser. Like you can still play the same way, but you don't have the stress of all the other stuff around you to have to pull up for your team. And honestly, he, as you mentioned, hasn't changed up that much. He still has the fireball pressure you would expect for the Akuma player. He hasn't even taken to the skies, to be honest. He's like, the grounded game is fine. We haven't even seen the stand light kick come into factor at all, which had interrupted all the hottest step. But now we see the switch up to Aki. Old faithful.
Again, Bonchan had kind of expressed how ready he is. He was kind of jovial about it for both Honda and Aki. But it feels like much more of a closer bout, at least thus far with 70 seconds on the clock. Hikaru going to reclaim his space. The purple is applied. Oh, huh. I figured he'd be able to, oh, okay. Let's get the punish kind of at the anti-air. I was going to say he had a jungle opportunity a little bit earlier from the Serpent Lash, the punish counter Serpent Lash. Either way, a much more different story from the side of Hikaru. You tried to go for a command grab, you saw it from the slither.
Bonchan's already looking for the jump, and there's the air there right there. One more touch. Look for the OD fireball if he wants to, but careful of the demon flip, excuse me. Then we see a lot more aerial movement. Waits for the jump, gets the anti-air right there, drive reversal, baits it out, takes the walk-up throw right after, slight walk-up, and goes for the guillotine.
Round 2.
Beating out the throw. And that's a tough decision to make as Hikaru, to be honest with you, man. Being within the death range of the throw, anybody else could have made that exact decision. But now, you're going to see the offensive prowess from his Aki. Oh, the punish gunner behind it! That was so smart, too. Off of the fireball, the OD fireball. Knowing full well that Bonchan's not able to kind of respond with it, even with his own OD fireball.
Very cool fade. Heavy lash enter for the poison, of course. Drive rush. Crushing muted kick this time. Keep the pressure on as well. The light lash for distance and isn't even close to that fireball. Throw. Didn't shape the overhead just yet. ODP to the side of Bonchan, as you mentioned. Wait on the reversal. It was like 10 for 10 at this point. What a hit.
Yeah, and that's such an important poking tool, right? That standing roundhouse occupies a lot of the counter poke space that Bonchan's kind of been playing at. That being cancelable as well. Pretty damn dangerous. Forcing the timeout. I like this. I love this changeup right now from the Hiroshima Team Mikasa squad.
Yes, and again, see a difference of a player that can play, even if it's like a bad matchup where you lose some rounds every so often. The confidence in the decision making is definitely different than like the Honda. Obviously, a month with the Honda, month and a half, I guess it might have been, is a significant amount of time if you're a high level player, but it's not enough time to fight somebody who's been mainlining Akuma for months upon months, and you've been playing your character since release. So it helps out to be ready in some situations, scenarios, and to adjust immediately too. It's like, okay, this isn't working out. I can flip the script immediately and go to something different. I have layers upon layers, a book of a game plan, and there are things that Aki can do in this matchup. I don't think it's, I think the matchup sucks. It's probably one of her worst matchups, maybe top 2, according to Broski. But the benefit of her is when she applies the poison, it's a two-touch scenario. Obviously, it can be the same. He's got bar, but the benefit is if he's able to land that poison, that damage is racked up continuously, and you just need those opening points, which he's so good about doing. As you mentioned, OD Fireball, Drive Rush Medium right after, get your Bonchan slacking. Moments like that could occur more often because he's just so well knowledgeable about the matchup and also confident about how he plays the character because he's been playing that character since release. But that's only one game. Bonchan, go back to his team. Hey man, tighten it up a little bit. You know, maybe not go for some risky drive impacts, things like that. And go for more fireball pressure up in the corner. Go back to the demon flips, see if that works out to end things off, especially in these final rounds. It's hard for her to anti-air. She goes for a heavy lash, she misses. She dies to a dive kick punish counter and the follow-ups right after.
I think she does a pretty decent job of anti-airing that because of her I don't necessarily agree with using roundhouse for it, but I think crouching roundhouse gives her a lot of leeway, being able to low profile and also like having that many active frames on that normal, right? Comparatively, standing heavy kick is a great tool for sure. It covers a pretty good angle, but the downside of it is being only having like 4 active frames, right? But the crouching heavy kick being 6th, so much more activity, and you're coming from the crouching position. I think it's pretty decent.
Choice.
Oh,
never mind. The heavy lash does work out right there.
Yeah, I really think she covers this guy just fine too. What's crazy about it is like he gets so much damage off of punish counter anti-air, especially when she has bar. But the ground game is more than efficient right now for Bonchan. Hasn't really relied on the big air approaches, because look at that. Already gets stuffed out again. Trouble in disguise? Not for Aki.
Not the roll on the back roll.
That's crazy. Hikaru being the queen of burnout, or at least Aki being the queen of burnout, actually missed an opportunity. That was crazy.
Get it out and cook that. Gets a whip punish, right back to hard knockdown, gets the side switch right after it. Up in the corner where we've seen Aki and many characters actually die to Akuma. So we did the option you have to work out. OD Fireball for the plus frames. Walk and throw again. Throws. On the throw with the shimmy instead, you're definitely dead. Level to the appearance in the end of this game, and a final game is on the way here. Bonchan has it his way. God, the shimmy game is insane. You're worried about so many things. We talked about this. The aerial approach is one thing, but like staying fierce in the OD Fireball general for the plus frames, operating around that idea. And then as Aki, you get the counter poke and you have a reversal, it's hard to leave that corner. K-point and possibly the end. Here's going to keep Itsuka.
Yeah, a lot more of an aggressive Hikaru now. Letting the poison do the talking. Didn't really last for long though.
An answer he talked about. And level 1. Corner control, real great here for side Hikaru. Can he finish it off? He only needs a touch. You have to overextend, and that's why the light lash at that proper distance to get the job done. You thought it was your turn to leave or walk up. No go. That light lash, you see how he's able to operate it at the very tip. Never a chance for Bonchan to jump in on it or have the proper read.
Out of there. Yes, sir. Being able to combat against the fireball from that range. I always forget about that Venom Fang. Out of there. Again, finding his way out of the corner. I don't know what that is. Oh, no. He went for jump fierce. Early jump fierce.
He wants the choice to catch a demon so the air to air did not work out. When he fireball to trap him down, but he actually gets the hit. Again, the same situation we saw previously. Throw loops continuously, and he's got OD gauge behind it. Look for OD fireball. Or just a shimmy. He breaks, he baits, he puts himself on 7 point. Crazy Raccoon is possibly about to hit an 80 total game over. Hiroshima team Itsuka to want to start against the OD cool face. Crouch fierce, but pulls up the throw with level 1.
Damn. that sequence. He tries to get out of the corner. There's a lot of damage incoming. He's not necessarily going to kill, but it puts him at a pretty close death scenario. Forward throw. Overhead will do it too. And it doesn't matter. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. 80-point ball game. Back-to-back full sweeps. Crazy Raccoon absolutely decimating Hiroshima Team Ikaza. That is a ridiculous performance from this group. Damn.
Judge, jury, executioner Bonchan scores another win over Hikaru in the run back, and as you mentioned with that, lands 80 points for his team. Domination at the playoffs. The first time we've seen it in this regard. I cannot believe it at all. Matchups, players be damned. I am baffled. Insane.
I mean, that was again, you preface it with Bison with Akuma having a pretty decent advantage over Aki. You had mentioned that Broski felt the same way, so I wouldn't necessarily say matchups be damned. I mean, they called it right.
I mean, you know, we've seen over Street Fighter League though, where matchups on paper don't always happen in the match. You know, obviously at this level, it is a factor. All of it is a factor. But to this sort of block, to this sort of dominance, I'm just. I did not expect this.
History of performances, this is easily going to be standing out going forward. You went past the bar to W. You're like, you needed 70 points? Hold my fight stick, bro. Watch us get 80.
Overkill. Absolute overkill. Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon. They're going to be rewarded by fighting Yogibo Reject in just a few. But those interviews and talk to the players and see how they're feeling. I'm sure they're very excited. Shuto, I guess the only player that didn't play in the playoff just yet. We'll see what his ideas are, and I'm sure he'll come up in this next match in the grand finals. I'm sure his place will be to fight Lashar, get that run back. I'd like to see that rematch happen. It's good to see him develop Akuma in a way that suits him. Very aerial based, very much on the demon flip sort of nature. That's something I feel like other Akuma players have taken and said, wait a minute, this is really good for the character. So even with the nerfs that have happened, I don't think it's significant enough to say that that playstyle is not a threat.
I feel like if anything, he's going to be such an important part in the matchup against Yogibo Reject, right? Being on reserve, like sure he's not going to be like as warmed up, but I think he'll be able to kind of like bring a fresh look, or at least give one of the teammates a bit of rest going into the next set. So no matter what, whether or not he's ready, which I think he is, with how Akuma has changed, which isn't even that significant, I feel like it's not going to be like as detrimental to what his overall game plan is. I think it's still a good look of having Shuto on reserve. He's definitely going to see some playtime, in my opinion, against Yogibo Reject.
Oh yeah. Shuto reminds me actually that Tachikawa is coaching Crazy Raccoon. Just recently got announced. We saw Tachikawa go to that coaching role continuously throughout the league, and he has helped give these players some significant success. So that also will help with the power up. And he had told Shuto to rest until the second match. And my teammates were really strong. I was able to rely upon them. So Shuto says that as an addition. Kazunoko says, Kami versus Blanca, I think Blanca has the advantage. By personally like playing Blanca, and great that I was able to win. What kind of demon are you that you're like, this matchup on paper, not so good for my character, but I love playing it? That is a sign of an absolute god of fighting games. Like, I enjoy the challenge.
Yeah, I think you get that kind of mentality with a lot of the champion caliber players that we do get to experience in different generations, right? You have that type of mentality with Punk the God. You have that type of mentality with Mena RD, who's further evolving how he wants to play with different characters, right? So, I mean, having that mindset overall is such a rare thing. Like, surely it's one thing to say it, but it's another to kind of like act it, like, or at least pursue it, right? And Kazunoko is definitely of that caliber. I feel like the same could be said with like a lot of the other teammates, but when Kazunoko speaks, most of the people on this team are going to listen. So the fact that they let him go up in that matchup, they're like, sure, why not? You can do it. You can handle it.
You trust him. Yeah. Four words in here, Bonchan. So I was thinking Shudo would play Hikaru, but throughout the playoffs, we all needed to win against him. I was able to train until I could win, and honestly, I feel like the league has given Bonchan the motivation and the push. I think he needed like a lot of motivation, but that extra push to develop the Akuma the way he wants to play. You have a character with great walk speed, a blessed normal, the forward medium kick, reminiscent of his other characters, and great, you know, just fireball pressure and big forward fierce, stand fierce buttons. All these things combined are like great for Bonchan. You know, great ground game is what he's focused on. And the stand light kick, the addition of that has pushed him over the edge, in my opinion. We saw that in the Honda matchup. Not so much in the Aki matchup, it wasn't really necessary. Aerial play was more important there. But that stand light kick has been such a big initiator of drive rush or interrupting like the sumo step and things like that. And he's been so good about poking and finding something right after. I'm glad he's developed the Akuma the way that he wants to play.
I think switching stances, the way that Dogura has been performing thus far has been so dominant, right? He hasn't dropped a single game since he really started to take the league to a more serious level than he has currently, right? He's been streaming a lot more, paying a lot more attention towards what needs to be done to kind of improve his overall stats. 4 games straight. Now, I have a lot of faith in my guy. I think Dogura does a great job no matter what team he's on. But to see him excel in this playoff stature, in this playoff scenario, is actually mad impressive. 4 games straight is something that not a lot of people can kind of like replicate. I think we had that over in day number 1 with, I think, Higuchi going undefeated. But there were a couple of times where he fell short, right, in terms of like the actual games itself. So really impressive that we have somebody with an immaculate record thus far, and it happens to be their leader, right? It's showing us such a great example.
Right. Win double for a reason. Dogura said, I mean, honestly, he said we were lucky to be able to get the perfect win. We trained so hard that we might have hated the game. You know, you grind so much that it hurts, but you grind through that. That's what makes champions. He said, now it's a matter of whether we can win against Reject. We are getting the losers interviews as well. Hibiki started off, he said it was an unfortunate loss. We did our best. So that if we have the chance in the future, we'd like to proceed. I would like to see them return. You know, the dark horses that if you talk to pro players, they'd be like, this team right here is the one to watch out for. They're going to at least advance or at least be in the top spot more continuously. And many that I talked to were right. Hiroshima Team Itsuka had reached the playoffs, which is no small feat considering how ridiculously difficult this league was this year, even more so with everything being in such contention to the very end. And honestly, at the very end, it was still up in the air for many of the teams. So it's good to see them reach this top spot with a new addition of players, a new outlook on how to play Street Fighter 6, and I hope for them to return.
It's very crushing to see like how much effort a lot of these players put into the game. When you get like the actual intimate details of how much Hikaru focuses every day on Street Fighter 6 and is not able to procure the results that he's looking for, it really is a heartbreaker, right? But I think there's like a lot of promise with this cat, right? I think he has the right ideas of what he needs to do to get better. Him going towards like picking another character with Honda, really sharpening the tool set that he has with Aki as a top contender is really important. So I'm really in a like rough position in terms of like considering Hikaru. Like I think it's always going to be a heartbreaking loss for someone like him who puts in so much effort. Like 10 hours is a lot of time.
Thinking, playing, practicing, training. Also for Jazzy as well. You know, that's a player that we get to see shine out in the league that much this time. He says, I couldn't do well in the league, and I trained so hard until this day, but I couldn't play today. I watched him last year take down so many legends and win so many moments that were so pivotal for his team, but oh man, and the emotions. The minute a player just starts showing that, man, it's so hard. You know how much this means to Aqua.
オーダー自体も想定の相手とやる回数も多くて、これなら勝てるだろうっていう準備をしっかりしてきたつもりではあったんですけど、これでもまだ届かないかっていう気持ち。
Yeah, going back to like
本当にやっぱ CR
Jazzy's interview, man. Overall, I mean, the amount of time and effort he's put in transitioning from being a Luke player to an Akuma player is really a tough one. He did have his big W against, I want to say it was against, let me see, TS, right, in the Akuma mirror match. But outside of that, he's had very few opportunities to play, man. Like, 1 win out of 4 matches is really tough, I feel like, for Jazzy. But that's just like the nature of the beast. Sometimes you have to talk to your teammates and try to enforce like a way to kind of pivot in to the rotation, right? But it is really hard. I think it's really difficult to even consider that with the unique team that they have, right? Having 2 really top tier character specialists with like Lily and Aki, like these guys are the only ones that really do it the way that they do it, with the exception of Broski for like Aki, right? But I think you have to like fully take advantage of that tool. It's really difficult to, but you know, Aqua does his best to do so. He talks about the plan that they had. Specifically for his interview, he said, we had a plan. I guess it was not enough. Crazy Raccoon is an experienced team. It was just that we were not strong enough. We're really, really sorry to the fans. And he had a pretty fair shot in regards to his overall rankings, right? He made it pretty well for himself. 4 big W's out of the 8 games that he's played. I think that's a pretty fair record.
Yeah. Great team. We'll hopefully see them in the next Street Fighter League Japan. If we get one of those. I need some energy drinks. So we're going to go through some ads real quick and give some love to the sponsors above. I know that when I go to Japan, I'm going to have to carry maybe 2 or 3 extra cases with me back home. Because I've seen it so much, I need to have it. I have to have it. I also I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to collect stuff. It kind of just sits in my house just to have it. Oh, it's a Street Fighter 6 thing. Let me just get this. You know, maybe I won't even use it or open it. I just want to have it. So I know I'm going to have to get an extra suitcase when I go out there, just to stuff it full of things and trinkets, whatever else I can get my hands on. And again, it's cool to see all these collabs that are coming through for Street Fighter 6. It's really popular out there, and it's cool to see that Capcom is in conjunction with so many things that are not just like video game related. Of course, they've got the drinks right there. Let me see if I have one. No, I do not, unfortunately. Maybe I will at Street Fighter League Japan next year, but right now, water. Oh my god.
They're definitely talking about the flavors right now. My man Hameko is like breaking down the analysis of what the flavors are for the energy drink.
We're jealous.
I'm just fine. I had it once. I'm like, all right, it is pretty cool. I'm totally fine. Although, if they offer it again, I'm definitely taking one. 100%.
Oh, word. Okay. It's like that. The quality's good enough to have it again. Okay.
This is what I need, though. I have been waiting for a Blanca-chan doll since this character's, or at least this outfit's inception. Like, you really can't go wrong with it as a Street Fighter fan. Like, even if you dislike a character like Blanca, I feel like the Blanca-chan plushie it's too cute, man. Like, this makes me not hate the character. Like, I hate playing against Blanca all the time. But the plush, I do not mind having it. It's actually so adorable. I'm glad that they finally put this out.
This associate
that's been tuning into Street Fighter leagues, all the Street Fighter leagues actually, and as you can see, that's kind of being shown here for the grand finals of Street Fighter League Japan, right? The S class and A class tickets are already sold out. If you guys plan to be in Japan around February, this is the perfect thing to include into your schedule, right? Being able to check out how much of the fandom that is Street Fighter 6 is, like, how much different it is in comparison from wherever you're at in Japan. It is truly a different type of vibe and experience. But as you guys are tuning in, this is day 2. You can see it right here as we progressed. 80 points to the side of Crazy Raccoon, moving on over Hiroshima Team Ikusa, having to face off against Yogibo Reject to determine who will make it into that grand final spot to face off against Good 8 Squad. But again, if I were there, 100% I would have bought the S-Class ticket if it were still available, because if you saw how it was last season, in that big arena, you already know the vibe's gonna be like mad electric, right? Like it's gonna just be a ridiculous kind of reception. But also, I love the fact that they've been really putting on for a lot of the players too, right? It puts the players on the map and the teams, having them become household names, but it also like gives back to a lot of the fans out in Japan, right? Being able to own some of the merchandise that allows them to support their favorite player, right? I think it's a really, really cool thing. We don't really get to see that as often, right? We don't get to see that in Europe. We don't get to see that in the US as well.
See it more, to be honest. I love that we have so much merch for all the leagues over in Japan. To be honest, see right there, EU and US getting a lot of love. And again, Capcom Cup will be coming up. I know that they've been hot in terms of production for all the cool trinkets and stuff that you get out there to go to Capcom Cup. Like there's the passport. I saw Nakayama, I think, finally finish or something like that, or at least the rest of the items. So there's that artwork with the shirt, or is that a jacket? Is that actually a bomber?
They have a jacket and a shirt actually with that design of Akuma facing off against Bison, yeah.
I have to have that. Like that's like a requirement for my life. Like I love me some bombers, I love me some jackets in general. I gotta go out there. So y'all have to as well. Again, offline is a fantastic thing to experience. Experiencing things live, it's just so much better. For $1 million, someone's gonna win $1 million again, as well as become a champion team that will move on to be placed over in the next season of CPT. So there's a lot to look forward to in terms of like who's winning what's gonna be happening out there. So being there alive is definitely a good idea. I'll be out there. I'm sure Vicious will be out there too as well, and probably the majority of people that are involved with Capcom stuff will try to be out there too, because who wants to miss it? I mean, being in Japan, I've never been, first time for me, so I'm excited. You can tell I'm definitely elated for it. Gonna get my tickets and stuff ordered real soon, because I know it's gonna be jumping up in price very, very soon, so I'm gonna have to do that like this week. But either way, I'll be out there. A lot of people will be out there, and people, we are out here with our final matches as we get squared away closer and closer to that finale, that grand finale, as you see, on March 5th to the 9th. It's time, real soon, for a final match of the day. Crazy Raccoon going up against Yogibo, Reject. With how dominant Crazy Raccoon is, they have a good chance. We'll see who ends up at that last dance after this break. Do not go anywhere. More Super League Japan will be coming right at you.
こちら休憩時間の間にマッチ1のハイライトをお届けいたしますので、そちらも合わせてお楽しみください。それでは一旦失礼いたします。アウェー側広島チームイクサの入場でした。ホーム側クレイジーラクーンの入場でした。始まるぞー、いってみましょう。ガードしていったのはカズノコ。
カズノコ結構様子見てくれるなら最初にドライブ使っていっていいパリでしたね。
そうですね。おお、やる。ここでジャストカズノコ圧力をかけながらバーウト、そしてインパクト。うおだけ怖い。カズノコがバーン、1ゲージ半。うまい差し返しの形。今のがしゃがんで中盤怒らず見せて画面端になる。プレッシャーをかけていく。アクアには2ゲージあるが次のラウンドを見るか。ここ
で今わざと食らうとアクアバーンとしちゃいました。しかもゲージもないんで
チャンスを
ラッシュだけ
ラッシュからいった。
おお、まだ打つ
かバーンとしてるのはアクア。うわでかい。このどうする。静かな立ち回りからパニカンするとかなり減る。はい、
ドライブゲージ3本止めたい。
おお、
ジャンプ。
ここはしっかりと避けていた。
止めたい。
おお、
ジャンプ。
ここはしっかりと避けていた。さすが勝負強さ。
勝負どころとしてしかも最後の方にもダメージが高いんで、補正が緩い間に決めることによっても4戦近くのダメージを与えられる。
これも当たってないが、さあ響はまだまだある。いやジャストかなり距離はあったが、いやー下がって差し返し目立っている。ここまでただ削りがある。
いや触れればですけどね、怖いなこれ。
スパイアするか。ダメ
なるほど、ダイブだ。いやこれはスパイア。めち
ゃくちゃ切り込んできた。さあ待ち合いになるかと思いきや意外に両者殴り合っているぞ。2からの画面端。 歩いてきた。さあ投げ
前投げか。
どうなる？どうだいパリーから終わり。
超勝利。
ノーマルからのインパクト。この青写真描いていたか。ヒカル SA は3つあるが100巻で締めてもう一応100巻。今度はボンちゃんの番。よくもやってくれたなと言わんばかりのラッシュ。そして中段意識させていく。
変わっている。
きた
パリを投げたら3300ぐらい減る。
かなり減っている。パニッシュしている。さあ反撃ののろしは上がったが取っている。この中盤に引っかかっただけで大変な目に遭っている。終わってしまった。さあこれはどうだ。オリシャか届くか。
届いた。
届くか。届くか。40ポイント。かなりの体力リードをしている。インパクト。さあ大パンに噛み合っていた。
パリを使ってドライブエージを回収しながらのリバーサルだったんで、ドライブエージさがつかなかった。
ジャストパリはドグラ。1ゲージ使って倒し。マインが入って
マインの
ラインも上がって入った。これはゲージはある。リソースある。余裕のサルにコンボイスはない。素晴らしい勢い。ワンチャンスを必ずものにしていった。余裕のでかいよ。
良かったというか、その加速の重ねがうまくいかなかったんで確定した。技食らうと危険。
さてスパイ
ああ使う。これでバーンと。いや完璧なコンボ選択だ。
さあこれでバーンとしたのはカズノコのキャミ。
おお大足
ダウンさせて
ジャンプやる。
出てくるのはカズノコ。
風がない。ああ落ちない。
さあここは飛んで降りて最後までしっかり倒しきり。これで1-1。
ドライバーね使っちゃうんで。
うわ許さない。空振りは Z。 どうする。どう守る。アッセルスピン。
いやー
撃が通ってもダメ。さあこれはどうだ。 SS3 デルタルタサト。デルタルタサト。強いですねクレジーラ君。
いや肩効きそうですね。デンマーク風神力中腰。
これ入っている。さ
あ
あボンちゃんの動きがヒカルのホンダを圧倒しているか。さあどうなる。ゲージは1本ある。
られないか。
上落としてゲージは2本ガードしている。踏み込み投げ読み勝って上。うわすげえ変わってる。ボンちゃんどうする。
確定してる。
まあいい。
ローゲージだ。
これは楽しきり。
大け。ああパニカンじゃない。
後ろに落ちた。逃さない。ギリギリ。
あこれは
上。
これは使わざる。うまい。よく抜けた。
これは画面端を追撃が入ってさらに攻め継続。投げまで入る。フルコース。最後も投げ。
奥攻めの生還率 20% ですよ。
大量を収めました。お見事。しかし SA ゲージの差ではカズノコが勝っている。今ぐるっときた。さらに大陣雷からダメージを奪っていく。投げ1回受け入れると次受け入れられないようなタイプになりそうだがインパクト素直にきた。無理くり割ってきた。インパクトわずかに残ります。どう。いやこれは素直にきた。SA ゲージは1つ。ここでドライブリバーサル飛ばしてインパクト。マジか。パリインパクトがってインパクト受けられるか。ついにチャンス。ドライブゲージわずか。ここで崩れた。まずか。しかし角落裏回りこうしている。割り込んできた。 バックステップカウンターしてる。おお、しかもシャガ中ルートからの SA1 を見えているか。いやー SA2 ルートチューブリッツからの相手は合計どうだ、すげえ減ってるからの。
ただこれ OB 号勝利圏内なのかなですね。
伸ばした奥風。おちょ抜けんのか。ドライブゲージがこれで戻ってくる。いやー見てる。インパクトをきれいに投げ込んだ。
スピンナックをするような動きですね。
さあここは削りさを見ているようですが、さあリーサルが見ている。あと1個の投げは捨てられるが OD アムネジアか。
投げを選択。
次もまだ
のジャスト狙ったか。
さあ流星
2ゲージある。
怖いところだか。
シールになったことで。
ぶっ放してきた。
これ
どうだクリックダンス。熱波はどこまで行くんだ。
残ってる。
残る。しかしドライブゲージが少ない中断をここで1回もジャッケーからドライブゲージも削りに行く。最後のルートを狙っていた。歩いたが返した。インパクトを返している。さあ残り体力的にそのままサイコチェンバーでのさあこの垂直を落とした。シミここでのシミ。さあ削り切った役はあと1手。その前に次へされてやうわまさかしかもからの強パンダメ強振りか。大量リードですレシャー。これは見逃しませんレシャー。
これ勝つか。
決まりました。
じっくり守ったっていう感じになりました。
さあ乗っかっている。さあお手玉してコブラまで。
うわここで崩せるかどうかですね。
これ引っ掛けている。
そんなのあんの。
さあラッシュから投げ。いやーコブラ落としている。最後キャノン拾い直した。レシャーリーサルを見ている。キャラのルートになった。バックステップカウンターしてる。おお、あそこシャガ中ルートからの SA1 を見えているか。いやー SA2 ルートチューブリッツからのキャノンになった。
それでなくてもいい。
そのルートに行くのか。恐ろしい男でした。
It comes down to this. Crazy Raccoon versus Yogibo Reject. After such a dominant performance, Crazy Raccoon has taken down Hiroshima Team Itsuka and now finds himself off to face the most dominant team in the league, Yogibo Reject. The winner of this will move on to the grand finals. My name is St. Cole. I'm so vicious. Man, this is how we end this until we get to the grand finals. I'm a little bit sad, but I'm super excited to see the sets that are about to occur. How you feeling, bro?
I mean, it feels like it couldn't be any more fitting, right? If you take a look at just the graphic here, right, we see Good 8 Squad had already made it from the playoffs into their ticket for the grand finals, but look at how many points they had scored prior to going to the playoffs, right? 245. Crazy Raccoon had scored just as much going into this thing, and it surpassed the score of 70 points into 80. So when we're talking about fitting the bill against facing off against the #1 team, Crazy Raccoon definitely fits it. And hopefully we get our question answered as to whether or not Akira as a counter pick while in the home advantage. Well, on the home side, I should say.
100%. Oh, heck yes. Heck yes. I definitely think so. Player to player, character to character, I think it could happen. Against this team, they're going to need everything, in my opinion, because I still think that Crazy Raccoon is one to look out for. After a very dominant force, a very dominant run, I should say, in Hiroshima Team Itsuka, looking to get it done against Yogibo Reject. Let's take a look at this team real quick and bring them up once again, maybe for the final time before they move on to the grand finals. We'll have to see. Let's start off, the judge, the executioner with that Akuma. You see him go crazy on the Doki just recently. We'll see what he can do against Yogibo reject. How about Bonchan? Back on with the same pose, no change. Only one costume, yes sir. Lean back, I like that. Next up, love back by fighting Game Sword Senpai, and one of the guys that just stays in the skies continuously with the dive kicks to do it. It is Kazunoko with that Kami. Confident cat right here. Watching out for that thing above his head. It's like a sitcom. Next is going to be Yasura Shuto on the Akuma. This guy again doing something different with his demon, being able to go to the skies with these demon flips and showcasing a different style of Akuma. Okay. I didn't say this too. I don't know if that was this. I have no idea. What I do know is that this man made the pact with the right devil, the wind devil. It's Dogura on the Bison, and in my opinion, for this team, is the X factor. We'll see how he operates against Yogibo reject. He's got the squad too. Oh, the delinquent.
That is the classic, man. That is the classic Asian squat, man. We do that outside of the arcades. We do that while waiting for our turn. Heck, we used to do that waiting for just people in general. But this is the team that has scored above and beyond the 70-point threshold. They got a big W. But let's see if they can continue that streak against the #1 contenders, the rightful owners of that home field advantage spot, the #1 seeding, that is Yogibo reject. We've talked about the current composition of the characters, but also the caliber of the players themselves are easily some of the best in the world. Going into it right now, starting things off with the new kid, quote unquote, new kid on the block in Street Fighter League, at least. The Korean Golden Finger, Lashar, the man of many individual awards, as we had seen not too long ago. Highest win rate, Rookie of the Year, highest point getter, and that's for damn sure. We also have the character specialist with Dalsim, the High Priest, that is Tori Meshi. A lot of potential with him coming into the home side, being able to get some of the big counter picks if necessary and really force some awkward moments of gameplay. We'll see if that happens today. And just in case you didn't know, the Speed Star is very much so a big component of this team. It is Akira coming in lightning fast with that Kami. Now, one of the big things we talked about with Kazunoko being an expert at dive kicks, I feel like Akira might be one and the same with taking to the skies. All held together by the fighting game scout, the true genius. It is Tokido, coming in from the University of Tokyo. I gotta say that every single time because that is a prestigious degree to get from that university. But all jokes aside, all serious facts aside, I should say, Tokido has really found his grounding with Ken as of late, with his most important win, getting him into Capcom Cup at the Super Premier Japan. I think, what is happening over here? He's fully understood what needs to be done with this character in the current meta. Now, we talked about this before. We talked about where the players can be to pick off some of the other players here on the away side. I'm actually kind of curious to see what the roster is going to be for Crazy Raccoon. I think you had mentioned it prior. Shuto was benched pretty much the entirety of the first round against Hiroshima Team Ikusa. He has to play part in the first round here against Yogibo reject, I'd imagine.
Has to. You know, I think you have such a very active Akuma. I feel like that's a good thing you want to throw out the gate. And I also feel like someone who is active like that probably understands how to, like, at high level at least, retain enough, I guess I should say, like, energy for other battles later on. Like, he's like, okay, I play a fast-paced Akuma. I am a more aggressive Akuma, I'm a more active Akuma. I have to make sure that I am holding back a little bit, or at least managing my energy levels throughout the entirety of these matches. So I'm sure putting him up first would be a good idea. We're getting the words from the Reject owner. Shout out to them for supporting this team and having probably one of the best trailers I've ever seen for an FGC esports team or any esports team, honestly, thus far. Absolutely spectacular, setting up the tone for this team, and it gave them that reverence that they already have, but lived up to the reverence that they had, I should say. But again, shout outs to Reject, Yogibo Reject, for supporting this team and allowing Lashar to join. You know, hearing that he joined up, moved over to Japan to join up on the Japanese team was great. Now, Reject owner said, "Thank you for all the fan support. We have a high-level match we need to win. We'll do our best to proceed to the grand finals."
Couldn't say it any better than that, really. Even the owner understands the gravity of the situation currently. Despite being the #1 contenders and rightfully owning that home spot, this is still a fired up crazy Raccoon with 80 points in their name, with such an impressive roster, and even more so a very, very threatening roster of characters. Kami, Akuma, and Bison in the hands of Kazunoko, Shuto, and Dogura. One of those questions have been answered. Shuto coming off from the bench. The other one is whether or not they're going to put Dogura in a more imperative position as the anchor. This is going to be so important. We got the please hold from Tokido. That threw me off so bad. I forgot exactly what I was trying to go for, but I did make those 2 valid points. But the question is now, who steps up to the plate for Yogibo Reject?
Tokido comes off the stands first. You know, I want to go back to, before I interrupt you to do the intro for Crazy Raccoon, you had mentioned Akita, I think, in terms of where he might be, like that Kami play. Or at least if I remember correctly, I think he should be at the end for this anchor match against the Bison. On paper, Kami still poses a threat to Bison. Bison players still hate that matchup. The aerial approach is hard to deal with. For neutral can keep up with Bison. Of course, the Oki and the Viking defense of Bison has enough to spend level 1 of pressure situations. I feel like that is just like a very classic thing to do, even in this matchup, or even in this season, I should say, of buffs and nerfs. That is still the same. So Akita up later on, Tokido up right now. I don't think a bad choice, a bad decision at all, in my opinion. Maybe Lashar mid, or maybe he can go up at the end too as well. I feel like you can put Lashar at any anchor position. He'd work.
Yeah, that's tough. It would either be like Akira to maybe start off and then save Lashar as the anchor for the second round while they're in the away spot to kind of gather intel. But looking at the way they played against each other before, the only time I feel like Lashar had actually fought off against Dogura was in the tiebreaker set, actually. In the final week, right? Yogibo Reject actually fell short. That was the only time Lashar had actually gotten an L to his name, but it was in a tiebreaker fashion. So Dogura technically has the advantage, but a very, very slight one. Now, if they were to try to secure points, I think Lashar has a pretty outstanding record against Shuto's Akuma, which leads me to believe that he'd be ready for either Shuto or Bonchan with the way that he performed, right? Just to kind of base it off of the statistics. I think any other man would kind of agree. With a 3-0 victory, it makes sense. So, 2 things could really happen. Lashar, depending on how the team wants to approach it, could secure, quote-unquote, secure the points against Shuto early on and get that 10 points in the middleman spot, but you could be taking a risk, I feel like, as Lashar going up against Dogura in the long run with 3 out of 5.
Win double, gather the data he needs, and kind of press from there. That's difficult. All this is very difficult. There's so many things to consider. Factors. Also, there's an element to me where I feel like we've seen throughout this league where you beat somebody and they come up and they get beat down again. It feels like that's been happening continuously. It just happened with Bonchan, his opponent recently too as well against Hikaru. I feel like that also could come into play where it's like, okay, if I beat this person, they come up again, most likely I might be able to beat them again. Most likely, not always. There's obviously other factors and things like that. But that also could play in the part. Like if I beat Shuto now, he might be shaken. He might not want to come up against me at all if I'm on the away side. So that might dim down Shuto coming through for like an anchor position. That also assumes that Shuto isn't as prepared to prep this time because it's a new, couple of weeks and things like that, or months, I should say, since they played. And there might be a strategy that Shuto has developed. But then again, that beatdown was 3-0. I remember it. Like, Shuto got cleaned up. Maybe rethink the matchup for a while. I was like, maybe Ed kind of win that matchup. But honestly, it was just Lashar playing so pristine and clean as per usual. Lashar, either way, is going to be a very effective point, whether it be first to 2 or first to 3. He's going to be imperative to this team, not just because the team is lacking in terms of like skill, but where you place him in his edge and how he is over to surpass matchups. But he's not on the screen right now. It's Tokido. It's Kazunoko. Our first match, the finale of these playoffs.
If there's anybody who's so attentive to both the ground game and the air game, Tokido is definitely that guy. It's a matter of whether or not Kazunoko can throw a different look against him right now, but it's been pretty respectable thus far. A lot of the mediums being hailed out, a lot of the roundhouses too from both ends, as expected.
Big does want to confirm now, and Tatsu incoming, of course. Oh, Maoki. If you throw, nothing big though. Protect immediately from Kazunoko. Very active on defense. Start things off. In front, back throw, or touch. There it is, the stand fierce. The timing from him is so hard to read.
There have been a couple of counter hits, I think, against Kazunoko in that sequence. I think there's been moments where he's opted to press a lot of buttons, and Tokido just kind of locked him out, right? He's kept it sturdy in regards to like the media decisions, also chasing down the options as to whether or not the person jumps, right? I think Ken's throw game obviously is still one of the strongest, if not the strongest in the business. So him also covering the grounds of that option select of whether or not an opponent jumps is so pivotal. It's way too dangerous. Throwing out the sweep, yeah, we talked about those different looks that Kazunoko has to present. The sweep, not necessarily bad, but also often utilized by players like Punk, players like Knuckle do also when he opts to go with Cammy too. So it has been slightly changed, right? It is a lot more punishable now with the nerfs to it.
True. A toe kick, but not in the range to punish right there. Unfortunately, wasn't close enough. Takes back the turn. Tokido's trying to walk him down. Look at the confidence here for Tokido. Even though he has less health, he's still within that perfect distance inside the medium kick range, but no drive rush conversion to the side of Kazunoko. He has dropped that a few times. Hasn't committed, really. Throw. Delay. Now commits even on block. Flash counter throw now will kill. Tokido not out of it just yet. The throw again. He's got the bar at the bottom. Oh, cross cut the next sequence of kill. It's that level 3, that CA play.
Oh, gets the back throw. 9 seconds on the clock, and he still gets the big opener. Kazunoko left himself standing against the drive rush. That's actually mad surprising. Tokido able to get in for free. Dashing on in there, low medium kick at the proper spacing. I still can't believe that it actually happened that way. I will say there was a couple of instances I feel like Kazunoko has been taking some really risky jumps from up close. And I say it's risky because at that point in time, Tokido only needed a single hit, right? If he had like placed himself out of the way of a jump, he would have been able to punish counter the landing. Perhaps if Kazunoko had thrown out a normal into a level 3. That's if Kazunoko throws out a normal, right? But as it stands right now, Tokido does have the upper hand, taking Kazunoko by surprise a couple of times over. Dead
Take this time, David. I like that. Yes, sir. Hit the brakes. Waits.
Round 2.
It's on set point already. Talked about Tokido. So well adapted at like figuring out what you want to do and operating around that idea and blowing up like Ken and him are like data gatherers. With the interruption gets to go right, hit still right after it. Tokido able to get the counter hit on his own. chin ride, drive, rush, jab, knocks in the door, tries to go for the throw. And look at that. Even after the tech, he dashed up to the stand like this. Keeps in that close range as much as possible. Side swing. One more hit though. Tokido's got the bar to level 3 this time. The back throw goes to the medium instead. That chin right ender. Drive impact.
I can't believe we actually called that out like that. That was actually pretty smooth. Very, very solid read from the side of Kazunoko. He had mentioned it in his pre-game interview. He was waiting for this matchup the whole time. He was looking to get his drive impact back. We're gonna start it off.
Kazunoko got his groove back. I see it, I see it. The chin rise. My man might be pumping that drive impact at any point. Throw game insane. Stand fierce. Stand like it, nothing after throw, just commit, but still has the corner of pressure. ODDP doesn't leave the corner. And this is bad. You have to drive Day2 your name. We'll build up the aggression right after. Oki, the throw. It's like walk back to avoid the jump in.
Oh! I wonder if he could have gone for like the other extender. Wait a minute. This might just be tournament. Sorry, it might just be match point. And he gets it! Yes, sir! Tokido keeping it real sturdy. 2 games straight against Kazunoko. And that was really, really well fought from both ends, I'd imagine. So, why'd I say I'd imagine after that? I definitely threw out a sentence filler for no reason. No, I gotta say, like, towards the end of it, too, the Jinrai extension, I feel like the roundhouse one, I wonder if he could have ended the game earlier and if he would have been able to cancel into level 3 to kind of get the, not the full animation of it, but just to get, like, the damage off of it. But luckily for Tokido, didn't even need it. 2 games straight to start things off, 10 points in favor of Yogibo region.
No revenge today. Kaz, unfortunately, getting cooked up. 2 games. And honestly, again, we talk about Tokido being so good about like reading your intentions and like understanding what you're doing and playing around that idea. We saw at the very end, drive, rush, jab, and then being able to go for the throw right after. Just so many things to consider when you're so close, you know, to that character. And encroaching the space of Kami takes a lot of work, but Tokido well rewarded. Now I think, man, I don't even know who you send up. It's so difficult to know who to send up because Lashar is such a proper component. We'll just see. Really?
Ooh.
Kami up to bat and not for Dogura.
And against
so maybe
Shuto
Lashar goes
of
up
all
for
players.
the... Yeah. Maybe, so I guess Lashar would have to go up for that anchor, you know, assuming.
戦味方がすごい支えてくれたんで、今度は僕が頑張ってチーム支えたいと思います。頑張ります。お願いします。
ありがとうございます。頑張ってください。さあそしてホーム側、アキラ選手。はい。はい。シュート戦に出るという。
Very curious to hear what the pregame interview is between these two. Shuto again, this is going to be his first game of the day, right? Not going to be necessarily warmed up, but also going to be pretty much under the radar. Weren't they former teammates? I think they're of the same like class of Street Fighter players when it came to like when they decided to be competitors. But I don't remember if they were actually like teammates or not, but they've definitely had experience against each other. I mean, multiple years into the league at this point from Street Fighter 5.
Probably outside too as well. Yeah, during the CPTs, I'm sure they played a lot. I went to I guess I went to a stream and I was like, so how you feel about Cam? Because I always love asking players a little bit after the patch, not like directly after the patch, but like when they've had time to grind it out. He was like, you know what? She's much harder to play, but he said, I'll survive. I think he'll more than survive. This character is so fantastic. We talked about the nerfs that have happened. Defense isn't as strong. You don't get to leave the corner off of ODDP, but you still retain the same sense of if you do open them up in a different way, you still get the side switch. You just have to put a little bit more work into it. TK dive kick also doesn't retain that side switch you'd like to have. You have to go for a normal dive kick for that to happen, and that is risky. But the OD version, you can't just wake up ODTK and then get the side switch off of that. You have to really put some more muscle in between it. But that being said, her footsies are still great. She's still a great character. She still fits the meta very well, and she still fits a lot of characters that you would present from the other side of Crazy Raccoon. I think that Cammy can fight Akuma very well. I think she defeats Bison. I think that's one of his worst matchups. And I think this is going to be a component character that is going to be very prevalent overall. So again, strange to see Spit right now for a first or two and not against Dogura. But there's always a player-to-player to worry about. So maybe there's something that they don't like.
I kind of wonder if Shuto would be prepared for the unorthodox decisions that Akira is prone to making, right? There have been plenty of moments where he likes to steal his turns back off of being in a negative situation. So that's one of the key components that I feel like Akira has really excelled in enforcing like a false sense of security for a lot of the players in the league, whether it be Shuto, whether it be anybody else who is of high standing thus far in the league. Right. On top of that, I think the pacing that he has thus far is so difficult to tell whether or not he's going to play a solid ground game, or at least play the ground game for majority of the match, or if he's just going to take to this guys, because his dive kick spacing has been, bar none, I think some of the best that we've seen thus far. I think he's been really doing a great job of using it as a footsie tool and keeping it very ambiguous in terms of the approach. So we'll see. He's called Speedstar for that exact reason. Not staying at the same speed at any given moment, right? He'll play that ground game phenomenally one day. He'll implement a very, very solid throw game the next thing you know, he's right up in the air, kicking you right in the dome. So this is the matchup we've been looking forward to, honestly. Shuto getting his first set of reps in, and whether or not Akira would be able to see the light of day because of how stacked his current team is. I don't even think he needs to play, but I love him stepping up to the plate regardless.
He said he loved this matchup. He loved to fight this Sword Akuma, especially to keep up with that same sort of speed. Sam Medium kick claiming a lot of space too far. Can spin up with a cut through. Does get the jab started, sweep off the feet, and the thing is about Akuma is that Tatsu, that Ofu right after. The same similar sense of the Ofu that Henry would be presented, but here we go. Crouch Fears have to get Tatsu to the corner. Dash up for a medium kick. He blocks it out. Very solid play thus far, but dive kick does hit. Is it the spiral arrow for the Oki? What in the late, but not the proper combo. Adamant this would have been better instead of a Tatsu.
Ooh, and that's a look that I feel like Shuto was already ready for. That meaty drive impact has been pretty sneaky and utilized by a lot of players. But Shuto, he's gone through all of them at one of the CPTs. That is for damn sure. Damn, and the number one.
Side switch. Ooh, what are you doing there? Counter it came through.
Jesus. Being able to stop the drive rush also, my man was harassing Shuto in the corner. So many different looks, so many different normals. Brother,
what a bait between the string.
Is mad raw. Heavy punch to start the combo off into the level 3. Jesus. Why not, right? Damn, fires it right back at him.
My bar back. Good starter though. But at least he's in the green, so that helps out quite a bit. Both with no bar at the bottom. A good interruption here from Akira. Akira sees me. ODP baits it out nice and easy. Staying breezy and sleazy with it, to be honest. He's so good at reading the reversal timings of Shuto. He had said this is the ideal Akuma for him to fight. And we're seeing it right now. Why? He can run with that same sort of speed, but he can back up enough to be like, I'm gonna let you overextend and get my win. Let you go ahead and do those bust outs and put yourself in a deficit. So we're seeing the speed start being able to slow down and then get right back up to speed when need be after a reversal comes out. Shuto got to pull back a little bit, and I gotta wonder if being on the bench had kind of cooled him off too much. I wonder. What do you think, actually? I'm not 100% sure. Was putting him on the bench the right idea for this moment?
I think so. I think it more so has to do with the proper reads that Akira has against Shuto as a player thus far. Being able to make an OD DP read doesn't necessarily speak on the situation that Shuto's coming from. I don't think it's necessarily something about being like cold or whatever, because I think execution-wise he's been okay. There was a... If you were to make the argument that he's cold because of the combo that he dropped off of like a medium punch into like the medium Tatsu, then I'll probably agree with you. I think like his spacing had been a little bit lukewarm, right, in comparison to the way that Akira's been playing. But you can make that same exact argument towards Akira, right? Like, or for Yogibo Reject in general, right? They haven't even had their shot to play just yet. So I'm not too sure how much water that argument holds as to whether or not holding Shuto back from play is really affecting his decision making thus far.
Okay, I can agree with that. I do wonder why we see things like, you know, immediate wake up light kick, OD adamant fist into level 3, immediate bar expenditure, where usually he might use like level 2. You know, maybe not as much bar. I don't think that really curved the entirety of the match, but those moments are a little bit different for me to see. But again, it could be something different in terms of him applying things to the matchup. Maybe he wanted the bar lead and go from there. It wasn't the worst decision, but it's just things that are different than I'm expecting here from Shuto. Either way, first game up, it could all change. After the stand fierce hit, the core fierce, excuse me, the elongation of the button, dealing with that dodge kick.
Oh, there was an attempt to anti-air it. You saw the counter hit. Run. That was actually pretty good. Being able to entice the movement from Shuto, throwing out that crouching jab, trying to bank on Shuto's reactions playing against him. That exact moment was clear. Oh my god!
What?
He is after his head. We talked about the different speeds that Akira can play at. He's really showing that off right now.
Shuto keep up. Right after OEDP gets the overhead, you have to deal with the plus range, delays to get the hit that he needs. He super to seal the deal. Akira, the speed star, says you can't keep up with me at all. The pacing all in the palm of his hand. This man, even with the quote-unquote difficulty of piloting Cammy, he still looks fantastic. Honestly, real deal stuff though. For him to put Shuto on the back foot like this shows how good he is at looking at that emotion. He's always an emotional player, very emotional person. And well deserved though for a pop-up, to be honest. That is a significant lead. The same thing that Crazy Raccoon just did to the previous opponents might be happening here. I hope not, but it might be happening here.
Damn. 4 games straight in total for both Tokido and Akira thus far. You gotta put up the shard, right? You gotta complete the trifecta. You gotta get the 40 points in this fashion.
Has to be the one they fear. The one that has amassed so many awards for good reason. The one that has been consistent in the league. The strongest team. It is going to be Lashar. It's going to be the end.
Oh my god. Bro, he looks nervous. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but like the leg shaking, the way he looked on camera, he looks mad nervous.
I'm trying to think back if whenever we saw Lashar in person, was he ever like that? I don't think he was ever that nervous. Like shaky nervous. I don't think so. Maybe.
He was a little bit like when I had the chance to like meet him for the very first time over at Capcom Cup and then the year following that afterwards. I had a good amount of time to kind of talk to him, and he tells me he still gets very, very nervous in like big stage events like these. Like when it comes to like pools or whatever, or like qualification spots, he's not going to be feeling it as much. But in terms of like tournaments where it is pretty much everything on the line, he does get kind of nervous. Granted, this is pretty much the ticket or the qualification to punch your ticket into grand finals, but it is pretty imperative that they get this W to continue on and move even further into Capcom Cup, right? So I think Lashar, he's been pretty straightforward about it. He's been pretty humble about it. He's like, sometimes I do get nervous, but he's like very used to the situations that he knows what needs to be done once it's time to play.
Right. To sit down on the sticks, it's a different sort of feeling, a different sort of energy that exudes from him. And I feel like he's gotten more confident in his play. You can see it when he's able to, bait out things, from players like knock you a little with the jabs and kind of goes for the kill rush backdash, and then based on the easy ODDP, like when he's still in front of their face. Like, he's had some pretty pivotal moments here for his team, but not only that, outside of the league, we've seen him also succeed. And even with the nerfed Ed, I've been watching him play a lot of Bison players, and he has been finding success in terms of how to deal with drive rush. Crouching light kick, not as effective at certain ranges, so you have to really be on your game to stop the drive rush and really understand the distances even more so. Used to be just smash stand, medium kick, you'd be A-okay. Used to hit that crouching light kick, and usually you get a nice little follow-up and reward. But now even more so, you have to think about the distances and what they're going to do, what the buttons are going to use. But if you're a high-level player, you are already going to do that anyway. You were already in that mindset in the first place. And for kill rush for him, it was always a positional thing. Yes, he used to do the flicker stance in the kill rush back to bait out DIs. But for him, for the most part, it was to realign himself so he can anti-air better, whip punish better, goad you into throwing out normals, even if you weren't going to throw out the bad ones right off the rip, to do it later on and make you second guess yourself. It was a movement tool in the first place. He is acclimated very well, and he even said on Twitter, he's like, the nerfs do hurt the character, but I still think he's very strong. And if someone believes in their character, whether the character be strong or not, you'd be better off than someone with a bad mentality. So Lashar, get the interview from him. So my team won 2 games. I'd like to continue to win. Dogura says we can't win against Reject without beating Lashar. I'll do my best. They understand he is the true final boss of this team. No matter how strong Tokido is and the rest, this guy right here is the GOAT.
Yeah, it's a pretty accurate assessment from both statements, right? Your statement, Dogura's statement. You can't really plan to win if you can't get over someone like Lashar. Like, what happens if Lashar is continuously in the anchor positioning? We'll see what happens. But it really comes down to whether or not Lashar has enough in him to take down Dogura as well. We haven't necessarily seen like the full outcome of this battle. The only time we had seen them interact was in a sudden death scenario, and Lord knows how certain players are going to play when it comes to a 1-to-1 in terms of decision making, right? We're going to get the full extension, the full arc now between Dogura and Lashar.
Killer and all, let's go. Oh, that's no killer, it's killer right now. Again, when you're fighting Bisons, you have to kind of detach your brain from how they play versus Dogura. He plays his own way. He steals turns when he wants to. He gets aggressive when he wants to. It's a different sort of Bison. You have to play Dogura, but he's doing it fine right now. Nice and meaty. Psycho Blitz with after. Deep the jump fierce. Tick throw.
1 and opener 2. Lashar standing. Oh, the uppercut. What a decision. Oh.
Yeah, giving a whip punish.
Damn! My man went for a sweep. He was so close to Lashar.
They can still punish you. Like the backdash you saw right there. Beautiful read. Using that crouching light kick to use as a shitty tool. Still effective. Link to it like he used to. Oh, he's a punish though. Off the stand fierce.
Yeah, a little bit too much for the side of Dogura. Trying to dash on in there at the wrong time. Oh, we didn't get the full dream. Lashar still got some damage off of it, but still, we're gonna see potential quarter carry off of that. A little bit extra damage. Dogura got pretty lucky getting away from that grim combo.
To the bank and then some. The crouching knee kick into Psycho Crusher. Will steal it and steal it. But I'm standing up, and I do like the fact that we see, if he feels like Lashar's going to be walking around, or like maybe try to walk back, that crouching knee kick is when you implement it a little bit more often. Wicked level 1. Dogura never shy. Letting that super rip. Especially early in the set too as well. Okay, see, hey, I'm gonna do this. Perfect parry, has the bumper right after, lands on the bomb, back heavy kick hits, and oh, the bomb doesn't go off just yet. He staggers a little bit with the scissor kick, back heavy kick to the plus range, walk up throw right after. One more touch. Punish counter throw will kill now. Pivotal tech.
How does the Lashar make it back from being in such critical territory? Damn, Dogura is really aggressive here, and it pays off. Yes, sir. The punish counter from the scissor kicks is everything to get the first game. Technically, Dogura is on a 2-game run against the Lashar. If you want to count that exchange over in the previous weeks that they played. This has been a very challenging matchup, I feel like, player-wise for Lashar.
Yeah. He has good momentum, but it's just the lack of drive gauge at some points. The decision making from Dogura with the crouching Hibiki kicks to catch the movement that we talked about. It comes together, but not right now. Perfect KO is a revenge. Lashar. Great corner pressure that Ed's known for. Now more fireball play as well, but you have to be careful. You saw the parry the punch right after. Ah, now baiting it out and punishing it.
He still presses a button after that reset. Dogura, you dog, and it was a counter hit, so that was definitely Lashar's fault for not timing it correctly.
Can burn up. Lashar's got level 3. On the entry point, there it is. Damn, you can as a whip punish tool, and these sweeps are not working out. I mean, sometimes you might see something in the distance, you might want to sweep the punish that, get the punish counter, the knockdown. It's not over. I lied, but if you fireball will kill. Level 2, he was in stance. Why did he go for the stance? I think he went the assured kill, but he watched the bar at the bottom. He's still not gonna be able to survive the sweep unless back heavy kick.
No way.
Throw. No way. Dogura is able to take this back to the break. Got the bar.
He can do it.
Burnout. And he does.
That was insane. He made the comeback happen too. He made Lashar think there was going to be a drive impact as well. He went for crouch jab, OD cycle crusher. I don't even know if that would have been enough to chip out, to be genuine with you. But either way, actually, it would have led up to a chip sequence regardless. It would have led up to a chip sequence regardless, though, because he would have been plus.
You're right. No, you're like the break. How long? Lashar getting a little bit angry, get active. With those jabs, trying to catch the walk back with the crouching light kick, wasn't able to finish it, but he was for one touch with the drive up behind it, just like that. Too close, I can throw your breath. Is able to punish the scissor kick. Perfectly done. Lashar brings it back after a very nasty comeback. What a game.
Damn. After that type of comeback, most players, like, I think chat would agree with us on this one. Most players would fold. They would fold so hard. Like, a lot of people would just be like, yep, that's it. That's the one. Dogura's going to take another game.
You got it, bro.
Not Lashar, man. It's as if Lashar was like, just another round. He's like, as if that round didn't even happen. He's like, that was fine. I still have neither. I'm doing all right. Insane composure. And from both ends, right? Like, the composure from Dogura to make the right decisions, to make that immaculate comeback. That was like a miraculous comeback, let's be honest. And then Lashar to kind of pick up the pieces afterwards. It's like, I'll be all right. That is, man, that is some pure Street Fighter right there. That is professional Street Fighter.
That back and forth, but that controlling the chaos at high level, one of the best things to watch, to experience. And honestly, the back and forth from this afterwards now, there's so many other things to think about. So Dogura scissor kicks are starting to not land. The movement of Lashar is back to, I'm willing to walk around. I know you have that crouching medium kick you might catch me with, but I'm willing to be in a space and walk up into that space where that scissor kick becomes way easier to punish where it was, and or it was before a lot harder to deal with, or was a whip punish tool. Now you're close enough where if you do that, you're gonna get got. And Lashar running with that momentum too as well, staying nice and close and active after all that happened. I feel like most players would also be a little bit more pensive and try to kind of gain their bearings. Lashar, back in business, clocked in and locked in. This guy is, despite the nerves, still like a robot.
A very significant timeout being played from both sides, right? You can see how much is riding on the line, but also how much needs to be done to take down someone like Lashar. It's obviously going to take like a group effort to highlight some of the big weaknesses, if Lashar has any, or enough perspective to be like, all right, Dogura, here's what you should do differently to fix some of your mistakes, right? A lot of big considerations here from Crazy Raccoon. Going into game number 3, though. Let's see those adjustments, if any. Oh, yeah, blocking out of the range of the scissor kicks. We already know Dogura has been pretty prone to utilizing that tactic to close the gap.
Yeah. Gotta go back to using it as like a whip punish tool, get some of the elongated limbs. Back throw. Charging something so good, so we get aggressive right off the rip and jump out. They're actually able to get a jump in. WPP, prank kill. Goes for the throw again. Delay this time, looking for that reversal. We saw Dogura use that before. Lashar has that in his mind. To get in the green to commit the drive up right after it, or have a buffer instead.
I did see a punish counter on the side of Lashar. I actually didn't get to catch what was punish counter from the side of Dogura, but we do get a sequence. The 2 bounces. What's the variation? Forward heavy punch, as you should. Not as impactful as I feel like Lashar would have wanted, but enough to get this sequencing in the corner. Dude, like a robot. This man's spacing is so pristine. He is just so consistent in enforcing these space traps.
Round 1.
It's usually the initiator, right? The anti-shimmy tool, crouching medium kick. If you got a good one, you're gonna use that up in the corner. Lashar knew it, punished it, and now puts himself on game point with the quickness. Oh, Crumple Stelskin. It'll drive rush right back in there. Right back up in the corner on the west side of the screen. 2 throws. On the heavy button. He almost got clipped trying to leave. That is such a desperate tactic, but it works out here for Dogura. For him to get accurate.
A whiff punish of his own.
Bomb.
Another whiff punish. So gets the bomb. This is throw him again if he wants to. He is just really trying to force Lashar into a bad throw. You know what? If he's going to sit there and take it, might as well go for another one. Dogura sticking to his guns. Yeah, Lashar opting not to try to throw tech at all because of the amount of whiff punishes he had against them. 2 in a row, by the way, from the side of Dogura. Really well played.
Walk back. Able to avoid the throw. Stand here. Continue to see. And again, slight walk back. Even when he thought he could press at that point, he's enticing him to use that button, but Lashar isn't burnout. Dogura trying to get the advantage here, trying to go for the back throw after landing that slide. Pulls it close, strike throw, hit the strike, counter it this time, perfect parry in the punish right after. Nice side switch, has it up in the corner. Can you enact something difficult? It's bar at the bottom so he can go for the super. He got opened up. I don't know what he did there.
Does get alleviated from the bomb after successfully nailing that throw. One more hit. Has to be a clean hit. Especially with no drive gauge to your name as Lashar. All the way down, the punish counter. This might be it, actually. He goes for the level 2. Huh.
Maybe level 3 really wouldn't have killed. Maybe he just didn't believe, but at this point, one such scenario baits out the super, and the punish still comes through. Dogura evening things out. One thing I'm a little bit worried about, well, I guess it's more than worried about right now for Lashar, is the drive gauge usage. I'm surprised that Lashar isn't burned out so often. That means no reversals, that means no extensions, the drive gauge, OD pull. None of that's being able to occur at all. And it's strange to see him not have that bar like he used to. He would, generally speaking, not a bar finisher. Oh, there we go. Some OD utilized right there, cycle blitz. DP right after, so he's high enough to fly.
Oh, very sneaky with the dashing. Dogura wasn't expecting it. 2 throws thus far. He's gonna go for a third. Instead, he goads Dogura into pressing a button. The timing of his counter poke really, really well placed from the Shar, and it's so ambiguous too at that range. You would think maybe he'd go for the throw, with a medium punch being able to ring out in that way. Lashar securing that first round. His forward throw being able to follow behind the fireball as well. Yeah, good presence of mind to be wary of the OD Psycho Crusher. Lashar, this pressure is immaculate. Big confirm. Going right into the damage.
With a light kick, able to get the bomb on. Storm. Not capable of chasing him down. The dash up throw right there. Right back into the corner. Defense will be tested once again. Will Lashar has been lacking the slack is up in this corner. Smash it. Rush gonna throw the bomb still on scissor kick. Don't press the damn button. Can't hold too many more of these throws. You know Lashar's gonna take him. I lied. He jumps out. And it's Dogura that wins. And that lands a level 2. Lashar. The dreamiest of sequences. It is killed, not enough. But the jump fierce will. Lashar able to take it back from the brick. It's looking like Dogura was able to scout out things on defense, but that jump out was so pivotal for Lashar to be able to put on his offense and take the game. That is a nasty amount of points for Yogibo Reject.
That was tough in that sequence. He did uppercut into light blitz into the safe jump, and a very, very deep safe jump at that. I'd imagine Dogura had anticipated empty jump low, and had just gone for a crouching position on defense. Hence why he got hit so cleanly. It's hard to even justify trying to wake up parry in that scenario because let's say he does successfully perfect parry the jump in. It doesn't leave Lashar in a position of being punished, right? I think he would definitely be negative. It wouldn't be his turn, but it still makes him a threat regardless because he's point blank. On the other side too, if you're weighing out the options, going for an empty jump throw would have definitely killed Dogura. Going for an empty jump anything would have been a little bit problematic too if you opt to go for that parry option. So it was very hard to justify Dogura's defensive choices at that moment. So nobody could really blame him for just kind of taking that jump in. But you can see it, the look on Dogura's face. He is upset at himself, obviously, but it's still just a rough call.
A rough time for them. 40 points. Yogibo Reject goes into the switch up, and that means they only need 30. The same thing that Crazy Raccoon had did to Hiroshima Team Itsuka could be happening in this moment as karma, as Yogibo has been so dominant, and I did not expect this, but it's not over yet. It's not the end, and honestly, I still think that Crazy Raccoon has much to show, much to give. But switching topics real quick, love these controllers. Monster is going to be coming out real soon, and I can't wait to use them on not only that game, but all the other millions of games that Capcom has announced. Onimusha is returning? Okami? Are you kidding me? God, I could not believe that. Had me screaming. Got a noise complaint.
I felt it like with all the continuations of the games that they've had. Like they've had like the continuation of like Dragon Age 2. They have Monster Hunter doing like really great for itself. We obviously had the remakes of Resident Evil and obviously the great success of Street Fighter 6. I thought to myself, I'm like, it's only a matter of time because since they're releasing like Marvel, they're releasing CVS 2 and all the other like games that we had. I'm like, dude, they have to go back and revisit some of these titles. Now, I'm really banking on Capcom revisiting the Mega Man franchise, right? It's the final piece of the puzzle. You know what I'm saying? You have Onimusha, you have Okami. They do have like current re-releases of the Mega Man series through their classic collection. Give me another chapter in the Mega Man X series, for the love of God. I am the biggest nerd for the Mega Man X series. I love watching the speedrun community dissect that game. I love revisiting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I didn't get to play the PlayStation 2 ones, unfortunately, but it's such a sick franchise, man. But obviously, if they do release it, being able to play it on pad and actually having those extra buttons, being able to macro and dash on that, you know how many like dash cancel attacks I could do with 0 if I played Mega Man X on this bad boy? It would be pretty clean.
It would be. And hell, with all this talk of Mega Man coming possibly back, maybe Mega Man Legends 3 could be a real thing too as well. I'm just putting that out in this fear because Man, that game was godlike back in the day. So many games that Capcom is bringing back, and I'm happy that they're doing so and giving them another breath of life. And I meant to say that for Breath of Fire. Bring that game back too as well. There's too many. I like to use the controller on that. I like to take a break from all the fighting games and use these controllers that have extra buttons for the extra capabilities. I know Monster Hunter is definitely going to be one of those games that you might need some extra buttons, maybe to pull up the chat or things like that if you're playing on console, or just to have certain micros. Not sure. But either way, I got to get away from my arcade stick because my hands will hurt trying to play that Monster Hunter on stick. It's probably impossible. So cool to see that there are. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Cool to see like good controllers out there that are like very well done, well made. A lot of extra buttons, things like that you can remap, and it's just cool to see Capcom come through with a lot of extra stuff in terms of games, in terms of revitalizing classics and stuff like that, and catering to the community. Now, give me another Onimusha fighting game. I'd love that too as well. Maybe like a little side thing. Okay, I'm asking for too much. That's too much. But only 5 people played that game. That's a good one.
That would be a wild ride, right? Being able to see something like that in that franchise. But as it stands right now, we are still getting ourselves ready for the next set of matches. You guys have been tuning in through the entirety of Street Fighter League Pro-JP, and we appreciate you guys just as much as the characters have been enjoying themselves watching Ed and Bison duke it out. How fitting to see this exact image. Pretty cool. But as it stands right now, Yogibo Reject, 40 points in their name, Crazy Raccoon, they got to get themselves on the board. Will they be able to do so, or will they get their own beatdown in their own fashion in the previous ones, like we've seen prior? Damn, that mat looks so good. I need that. That is for damn sure. Anyways, before I digress, only a couple more minutes until the next round. We highly encourage you guys to get your snacks, get your water. Be right back for the rest, or at least round 2 of Street Fighter League Pro Japan.
まあインテリア的に
いいよね。
彩りとして
この T シャツのデザインとね、
そうですね。
一緒って
非常に大きい
いうことで、
大判で印刷されたものですので、こちら、まあ、会場で
ね、
チェックできちゃうということなんでね。
グランドファイナル会場で、まあなんなら実物見てもらってね。大きいぞこれ。
でかいです。なので、はい、こちらの方もチェックしてください。
お知らせは以上です。まもなく2巡目の試合となります。準備の間、こちらをご覧ください。
In a real awkward position, we find ourselves in for Crazy Raccoon, right? They had dished out the damage in their first matchup against Hiroshima Team Ikusa with an unprecedented 80-baller with 2 straight-up immaculate rounds of gameplay, and now only for it to be turned on their heads, where Yogibo Reject has gotten their big 40 bomber to start things off in our first round of gaming. Now, my name is Vicious, here with Senkola to bring you the second round between Yogibo Reject and Crazy Raccoon, and what a turnout it's been. Now, with Yogibo Reject being on the away side, what are your thoughts thus far in terms of who their roster is going to look like for their character order?
No sim will go up at all on the away side, I don't think. So, yeah, this is what I expected. Lashar at the very end, Tokido and Akira. Honestly, at some point, those could be interchanged, but Lashar is always going to be there at the very end. Because at this point, all they need is 30 points. So 1 versus 2 in that anchor position could be all they need to seal the deal. Or if they want to, or if it comes down to it, I guess I should say, probably wouldn't want this, they can just do 2 versus 2s and then win another versus 2 after in another switch. But I think at this point, they're probably gunning for as many points as possible and just looking for another blowout, the same way that Crazy Raccoon had done to Hiroshima Team Itsuka. We're going to start off with Dogura, who probably is not happy on how things had went going up against Tokido's Kin.
Yeah, but he's not really one to kind of dwell on that. I think he's been in a losing situation before. He's also been in team tournaments where he immediately has to go up and play again after facing a tough loss. I don't think that's necessarily going to be like as big of a factor, because now you have to face off against a different type of character in that headspace. You got to face off against Tokido's Kin, who's been pretty damn clean right out the gate against Kazunoko's Kami, getting the 2 games that he did. I will say, I felt like Kazunoko was a little bit shaky in regards to what the game plan was supposed to be, but I think Dogura is one to kind of match the offense of the way like Tokido wants to play it. So we'll see. In terms of like the character-to-character matchup, I still think Ken does a great job against Bison in the current meta. I've heard otherwise, like a bunch of times over. I've heard a lot of people complain that Bison does have the upper hand against Ken. I personally don't see it. I personally even tried to play it myself from both ends, as Ken and as Bison. I'm like, I don't think that's the case at all. I still think Ken fights Bison pretty decent.
You know what's wild is people say that, and I see the results, and usually it's the Ken cooking up the Bison. Like Xiao Hai just did Problem X. Like, every time I see it, it's Bison getting cooked. And it's just because the win condition for Ken is like, if I access one crouching immediate kick or like an enhanced Tatsu, go to the corner, and then you have to guess it. And on defense, Bison ain't got it so good. For the reverse of things, yeah, you can land the bomb on any interaction, but I don't think the normals of Ken are that bad. Heavy kick, stand, medium kick, space trapping with Jinrai, whatever it can be.
Right.
Those are things that like I feel like can help Ken to access what he needs for more damage, or obviously for the corner carry on that too as well. So I think the neutral is a-okay. You have the fireball play. If you're throwing out fireballs, you're not doing it full screen as Ken. You're using them as pokes, using them to walk forward with. You're not going to be doing them in a way where he's going to hit OD cycle pressure on you. So I don't see it. I'm not downplaying. I swear to God. On my mom's, I'm not downplaying. But that's just the way I've seen that match go, man.
I think everybody would justify it the exact same way, right? Like you talk about Bison and how great his offense is, but when it comes to defense, Ken has some of the best pressure tools in the game, and also one of the best ways to keep you in the corner, right? Via the throw game. Right. That is going to be a very significant tool against Bison in this particular matchup, right? I know you guys are tired of talking about it. I know you guys are tired of seeing it, but that is the fact of the matter. I think, you know, Ken clearly has an advantage of being able to nail that win condition so easily by locking people down into the corner, and it happens more often than not because of the current tool set that he has, right? One enhanced Tatsu is all he really needs. Any sort of like sequencing that goes into the drive count or drive rush cancel, all he really needs. So we'll see how that plays out. On the other hand, we talked about some of the strengths that Bison does have. He does have very significant 2.5 touch situations that could kill. I know it got tuned down to a significant degree with the current patch notes, with the current nerfs that he had received, right, in terms of the scaling after the bombs have been implanted, or after decisions after OD scissor kicks specifically. So with that in mind, I still think Bison does a pretty solid job in forcing pressure, and also damage to the drive gauge. I still think is pretty imperative. And I think Bison still does a pretty good job with that.
So speaking though, you know, to lend more credit to what we're talking about, Tokido last time that he played Dogura, it was a 3-0 sweep. So switch up happens here, but just saying, historically speaking, Ken and Tokido, match made in health or Dogura. Nice interruption. If you heavy ender right there, try brush up for the jabs. Tries to do the same throw this time. It was an ender. Attacks instead. Too far for a crouching medium punch with any sort of follow-up. Unfortunate for Dogura. Here, that black and second deepest, no level 1 to your name. You're afraid.
Damn, that is beautiful. One of the big nerfs already being punished against a sweep. Yeah, Tokido is in full control. We talked about that corner pressure. Seeing that sweep on the side of Dogura from that range getting punished by a stand roundhouse from Ken is a beautiful nerf. I love that. Ooh. Nice dash up stand fierce. Enter with the drive rush. Perfect parry. Yeah, I wasn't close enough for a throw, so I do like that he can go for that. Got punished down instead. Perfect parry again. Now it's close enough for a back throw. There we go, Dogura. Raw sweep, watch out for Tokido. Oh, creeping his way in towards the throw. His movement has been really ambiguous. You can't really tell what exactly he wants to do. Yeah, that was a very awkward positioning. I don't even think he would have been able to get a punish counter light on landing, to be honest with you. With 3, more than enough damage too. Yes, sir. First game going towards Tokido 2 rounds straight. And Bonchan immediately coming up with a big advice towards Dogura. I do like Dogura's defense in terms of like the aerial approach. His perfect parries have been pretty dang good. But on the ground, the consistency isn't there. You know, the sweeps are kind of getting him punished way too often. Just get taken to the corner, which is going to happen regardless. But the rotation of defensive options has to be something. There is a trade right here, so that wasn't bad. Tokido was ready to have the follow-up right after. That stand fierce is a big wallsy button, not letting him leave the corner. Oh, missed stomp. Had to have been that. I would agree with that. You can see like the body language coming in from Dogura too. He's kind of like trying to shake it off a little bit. It's like he was body rolling, but he's gonna have to body roll himself into a W. Yeah, he is looking stressed and depressed at the moment. Did he re-up the pack, the wind devil? Because a little different. Punch cutter knockdown. I like that. Whip punish gets the nice close throw and another throw as well. And not using too much drive gauge. Crushing the kick lands, the bomb is on, drive rush throw, he breaks though. Very active defense here from the side of Tokido to avoid that situation from happening. Tap parry, got him. Do it again. Not gonna go a little bit. Get into space. That was a very interesting trade. The wall. Rushing in. Probably not. Yeah, testing the reactions a little bit. Tantalizing with the standing line kicks. Drive rush on in. Do it again. No, he's actually trying to bait. The low forward to interrupt the drive rush. Tokido immediately taking off the headset. Is that 4 rounds straight? If I'm not mistaken, I do believe so. 4 rounds straight, 2 whole games. Tokido looking absolutely clean. 4 games in a row. Really showing up to play for the playoffs. Wow. Against Dogura too as well, not falling to these like drive rush fake outs and things like that. There's no reversals, no like bad buttons from him. And then when it mattered most at the very end, stuff to stop that drive rush with that crouch and kick the speed bump, pushing Dogura away. And that's one more game that Yogibo needs. It doesn't matter if it's first to 2 or first to 3, whatever it be. You gotta play perfect at this point. Oh, excuse me. I lied. My points are bad right now. I can't do math. It's too late.
they need still a first to 2 and a first to 3 or 2 first to 2s. So either way, this is the same thing that happened previously to Crazy Raccoon's opponents, where they were like, okay, we only have 2 games now, things are getting really stressful. You gotta stem the bleeding.
Yeah, I think like I had mentioned this earlier. The middle person, I feel like it's a little bit arbitrary for the side of Yogibo Reject because their win condition still really only relies on the anchor spot in order to net the goalpost, or at least to net the goal, I should say. But for Crazy Raccoon, this is more so in favor of them, right? Whether they get these 10 points or not, right? To kind of, we talked about it, stem the bleeding. If they manage to get those 10 points, it just makes it a little bit less of a problem trying to go into the 3rd round, but it still is rather difficult. It still is rather difficult because they have to face off the anchor spot with Lashar, right? That's where the big money is.
Yeah. It's one of those steps that you have to take, but as you mentioned, Lashar waiting in the wings to close things out, which could happen like that. Now, these two have played. Bonchan won last time. Oh, that was the matchup that Bonchan was using Stand Light Kick. That was the one that I feel like was the debut of Stand Light Kick buffer drive rush right after. So he used that to full effect on Akira and got a 2-1 victory over him. But it wasn't free. So 2-1 definitely was a little bit closer than I actually expected to be looking over the stats here. Get the interviews as well. Akira says, it's always Bonchan. I played him in the playoffs 2 years ago as well. I basically lose to him, but I'll do my best. Oh, don't say that. I know it's arbitrary, but don't come with that energy. If they lose this game, it's not that big a deal, obviously, you know, for Yogibo Reject, whatever. But if they win it, it is more stress that Crazy Raccoon goes into in this last game with Lashar. So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm just going to put more stress on you that you have to worry about and think about. Despite the fact that if Lashar wins, it'll still be over, but the more, the better.
Yes. Yeah, so we had talked about that situation. I feel like in terms of the stress levels, Lashar is not going to be feeling it as much. Like, he's already had a very stellar start, a very close start, actually, technically, against Dogura. But he's shown that the nerves kind of settle down once the game starts. But this is pretty imperative, I feel like, for the spirit of Crazy Raccoon, right? If there's anything to kind of really talk about in terms of like any sort of W benefiting them, it is from a psychological aspect, being able to put their team on a winning trail, I guess, from the side of Bonchan.
Right.
It could lead to something big, but it is a very uphill struggle for damn sure, having to reclaim as many points as possible. You score 10 here, you get the W over with the anchor position, you net yourself 30 points. Pretty big deal. 30 to 40. That just leaves you with a little bit more leeway to play with, I feel like, going into the next one. This could even go into a 4th set, technically speaking, right? With the way that Yogibo Reject is currently placed at. So, sorry, Crazy Raccoon is currently placed at, right? The only way for them to actually succeed in, like, the best case scenario is obviously getting nothing but wins from here on out. That would net them 70 points total. But all things considered, that's so difficult against Yogibo Reject. I want to say that's near impossible against Yogibo Reject. And I'll say that with my chest.
Man, I don't want to agree because I don't want it to be like that. I want them to fight back. But the dominance has occurred in the very first match, set of matches. What's happening right now, I can't disagree. It may equate to that. The hill is getting harder to climb. But at least Akira said, hey man, I don't usually win against Bonchan, so maybe there's some light at the end of this tunnel right here. Bonchan said, thank you for coming, Akira. We're in a bad situation, but I want to start the win here. That's crazy. He said, I'm going to farm you. Farm is happening right now. Heavy kick Tatsu up the corner, backs up, no anti-air. Look at the throw, really? Like that super, kill the drive gauge. Yes, and burnout. A lot of bar to expend right now. Goes for an immediate drive impact. No splat.
He tried to catch the jump back. Good recovery on the normal to him. He even tried to go for that. So they parry on the adamant fist. I like that. You still tried to go for it, you greedy dog. My man Bonchan was ready for it 2 times over.
Adamant fist? Huh. Still, giving right the side switch here. Akira, slight walk back into the crouching medium kick. Ends it with a DP. Good excursion right here. The throw. Everything turning at him. Delays. Looking for the back dash. Caught it. Fast cancel. He gets below again. I love the switch up. It's going to be a throw. I like it to open him up. DP finisher to finish it off. Round to round right now. Speedstar turning up like volume.
Pretty expensive finisher like that. I like that. We talked about the options that he's going to present so often, the OD uppercut. At the level 3, right out the game. This is such a smart decision, right? Not just the life lead, not just the damage to the drive gauge, but you're looking at considering Aqua only has 1 bar to his move, right? So, like, you'll be able to build some of that super in the same pacing that Aqua built his. Gives him another chance to do it. Yeah, you know what? That's totally fine for Bonchan, actually. Taking away that meter for Aqua with this much drive gauge to him. Oh, yeah.
It's back far, but all it takes is 1 buffer. I saw that light. Trying to get into the drive. Impact wasn't ready for that, and Akira just too hard to keep up with. I will give him credit. I mean, like, I think that bar tension was definitely in Bonchan's hand, but Akira backing off to get a little bit of shit to get the bar back a little bit quicker, allowed him to get back to the green. He's up with the game.
Going right back into it again. I don't think Bonchan played it that poorly. I think it was a very, very smart decision making from a technical standpoint of meter management. I just think Akira has just been too unpredictable on defense. Even more so on offense, I think. Bonchan wasn't able to keep up. 3 fireballs to set the pace, covering the space with the forward fierce. Akira finding the escape route, now the forward throw. Catching up on in there. Bonchan, how do you reset the pace? That's a great way to do it. Excellent start.
The dash up, empty throw. Had to drive rush to not be a punish counter safe, but backhand kick almost hit with the OD fireball. We'll get the throw after this though. It's punish counter. Means you're dead. Bonchan saving offset point. Oh, I don't know what that was. Tuesday, meter kicks the jump and is there. That defense like Bonchan. Counter, so something tried to come through. The throw again after the crouch pierce. Oh, if you would have waited, could have caught him with a recovery.
So slick. Even despite the nerf. If it's a punish counter, you'll still be able to get the lights and a big punish counter. Back-to-back round starting punish counters for the benefit of Aqua. Look at that match point. That's a very, very deep angle dive kick and off the throw. 1 more hit, and you got the side switch, you dirty dog. The speedster with a perfect full retribution from 2 years ago against Bonchan. What a finisher. Drivers forward, OD spin knuckle to the other side. That is extra dirty. That is straight from the ground. No, past the pavement. That is in the dirt. Dirt McGirt. ODB, whatever you want to call it. This guy is a maniac.
Yeah.
This man with the Neo Judai. Shouts to my boy, but golly, that was nasty. Oh my God. You got to rethink your life choices after that. That is insane. And the Speedstar picking it up 60 points in total. We talked about how that didn't matter too much because at this point, it all relies upon the Char. But Crazy Raccoon, your confidence is, you speak about the dirt, the confidence is in the dirt. It's bedrock level at this point. No rounds. Oh, I'm sorry, no games, excuse me. No games gained at all here for Crazy Raccoon in this switch up of the sets of matches. And then you have to fight Lashar, the final boss. I don't like the
You might see the
demise,
replay,
but
man. You can do it at this point. Like, this is tough. Like, this is the ultimate test right now. You have to send Shuto up for this beatdown potentially. I wouldn't feel comfortable putting up Kazunoko, to be genuine with you.
I wouldn't either.
It has to be Shuto. Maurice! Oh, man.
No shot. Against Ed? Willingly?
I'm gonna have to check out on this one. Hey guys, it's been an absolute pleasure broadcasting these playoffs. You know, day 2. St. Cola's gonna have to take over. Heck, we might even have Jabali just hop on for fun. Like, I don't know how I feel about this. Hey, wake Jabali up. Be like, yo, man, log in.
Conversation Street Fighter? Like, come on, bro. For those that don't know, there is no way that Marisa could do well against this matchup. Ed has so many ways to blow through armor with ease, keeps her out with ease. You talk about lows, he's got those, and the poke game insane. He doesn't have to overextend and get hurt range at all. She does have buffs like Stand Fierce, lurches forward more, and she has more damage in some cases off the patch notes, but I don't think she's an effective character to fight Ed. I'd rather you just go for the Akuma. At least on paper that works out. Yeah, you got beat down last time, but why not the Akuma? And what's wild is I saw him playing on CFN, playing the Marisa and Ed match, and I was like, oh, maybe he's just having fun with the patch, and taking some time off from Akuma. There's no way if this happens, he'd run that, right? But we see it right now. Now, to be a miracle, maybe it's to catch him off guard, like, hey, you never played a Marisa in like 20, 30 years. But I don't know, bro. Lashar is just too clean. So movement based too, how are you gonna even get in?
It's tough, man. I mean, I do like the big changes that Marisa has to the Marisa style. Being able to have those charge moves come out 3 frames faster is a pretty important deal, especially when it comes to like knockdowns going into Oki of Dry Rush. Talking about the strengths of Marisa, right, in general, I do like some of the styles that Marisa can implement with her armor against things like the flicker, against things like the normals that he uses, that Ed uses to kind of control that space. I think that's kind of fine, with the exception of obviously the normals that go into like lows, right, into like catching the legs of Marisa. I think I could see a realm where Marisa can further develop this matchup and find a way to take down Ed's, but I personally have not seen it. Like, if I were to say that I've seen Shuto play this matchup on CFN, I haven't really studied it extensively. I definitely haven't seen it. But I don't necessarily think that Marisa is the better choice, just based off of history, just basing it off of history here.
Yes, yes. And in terms of like being informed of like playing a character continuously, you traveled the world, or at least part of the world, with Akuma, and now Marisa comes up. In fact, when I saw him at Evo, I was like, hey man, Marisa? He's like, I don't know her. And I laughed so hard because I was like, he's got Akuma, he's fine. Like, he's good, he's fine. But look at this now. Like, I don't know, bro. You know what though? Last time this happened though, it was Team Detonation, Saishu Kazuokumoto, and Shuto came up with his Marisa. Idazan came up with his Marisa. Idazan won. So maybe. But this is different than a mirror match. It's like a straight up matchup. Yeah. I mean, Shuto says she came back. We're desperate, but this might change everything. Lashar says, I want to win. I don't know about Marisa, but I'll do my best. When Lashar says, I don't know about Marisa, but I'll do my best, let me translate that for you because he's a very kind person, very kind-hearted soul. I'm going to whoop him. Lashar is a very humble person, and he might say, oh, I don't know if I can fight this match or whatever, or yeah, I guess I did a little bit of work for my team. This guy downplays himself so much. You know he knows how to fight a little bit of Marisa, but we'll see though. First of 3, this could be it. Lashar, Shuto. Let's get it.
Very excited to see this, right? Really, really excited to see how the changes really impact the playstyle for Marisa, if it does have any sort of impact to the Brand Punch on the way in. It really is a contest of the mid-range. Lashar doing a great job with that. The big punish counter. Knock him down. Then the Kyrus. Put him up. Yep. Getting the spacing trap there as well.
Liked it. The drive gauge. Mind the drive gauge. Yeah, so difficult to anti-air at that distance. You have to back up for a proper range for a crouch fierce over the air-to-air or jump back. Sandy with the sniper button on point. Let's after it. Nice and meaty. OD will spin the level 2, I'd assume here. No, he doesn't spin any bar at all. Not even level 1. There we go. Hit confirm. That's how we get it done. All right, my mistake. I had to wait a little bit.
Round 2. Fight.
Very clean start. The start for Lashar. Command grab. Sit him down and fold. Kick him in the dirt. Do it again. Bang. Are we gonna see a third one? Drive rush? No.
Would work. Perfect parry. The knockdown right here. I like this. Bonchan. Breaking the throw. Trying to swing out with the heavy kick, but that is too slow.
Damn. 1, 2, 3. Not gonna go for the level 3. Safe jump instead. No way!
Put him
The
in
big
the
converter
stance.
into the critical art. Pretty much no scaling above this one. Hell dang. Twist the fist. Bam. Give him a kiss. I like this. Shuto. Very, very expensive round. But well worth it. I understand Lashar not going for his level 3. I think there was too much scaling involved. I don't think it would have killed Bobby Marissa. So him going to level 3, or sorry, into the next round with level 3 would have just fine. And the air exchange. Knockdown and benefit of Shuto. OD into the big dream sequence perhaps. Single bounce. You already know the damage incoming, and look at the corner kick.
If you load, the fadeaway, I like that shimmy. Putting a little bit of damage on the deck. DP connects, already has another level 2 in his other pocket. One more touch. The jump back fadeaway wasn't enough. She's a big girl. Finish your place. One more touch, one more hit. We'll do it. It'll be the flicker for the finish. Lashar, first game.
Not like this, man. Not like this. Hey, I gotta say, Shuto gave him a run for his money. Pretty significantly with that Marisa. Pretty much down to the final round, at least for game 1. Not too bad. I like his sequencing thus far when it comes to his Oki decisions. I like the mix-ups of having Enfold as well. That makes it much more difficult to contemplate what to do on defense. But the problem is, what happens when Marisa gets knocked down, right? We've seen the kind of bullying playstyle that Lashar has already implemented thus far. Not really the fastest normals to try to counter poke her way out of dodge. Not really having access to mobility to even jump out of the corner. It's been very, very difficult. Hell, even talking about her wake-up decision-making in general is very difficult. She is so susceptible to throws without having these super arts. It's very difficult to justify continuing on with Marisa.
I agree. Like, I think that's, even if like that match was not that bad, I think at this point, in my opinion, you switch because it's gonna get worse. Imagine you lose 2 games with Marisa. You have a final game. Your team moving on into the grand finals is relying upon you, and you only have 1 game to fight back against Lashar. Just to get any sort of momentum at all. Y'all are already down in morale. You're trying to fight back as much as possible. It's up to you to start this off. And you only have 1 game. That is even taller of an order. Have the change for that? I don't know, man. That is... I would like to see a switch to the Akuma. I think at least for the Akuma, let's say the match don't do so good on the 2nd match. But the 3rd match, at least you're hot, you're ready. You're back in the Sasuke sauce. You understand what to do with the character. And you have a better fighting chance, in my opinion. I can't see Marisa just doing it, bro. I just cannot. Even if these games get to like final game, I just cannot.
I think maybe the team might be agreeing with you there. For the side of Crazy Raccoon, we might even see a switch into the Akuma. Perhaps he's just not comfortable. Right, he fell 2 games straight against Akira's Kami. right at the start with his Akuma. I think going for the tryout with Marisa is a fair shot, but I will agree, Akuma has to be the way to go, I imagine. It's Marisa again!
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm down for it. I'm genuinely, you know what, that's fine, I'm down for it. Let it rock.
No. Who be a liar? Come on, Shudo. That's command grab. Dinos of dirt. Throws him like an omelet. Okay. Better start here. Goes up the grabs, but half the drive up grab starts and get knocked down. Drive reversal is what happens. It's more active defense, more innate defensive tactics from the side of the system mechanics. Cannot look again at this territory. At any point in any area on the screen is harder with the forward heated punch, easy with a button with forward heavy kick. Bashar's ready for it.
Shuto hanging back just a little bit, looking for a little bit more of the drive gauge, trying to go for the step kick, but no, gets treated with a punish, at least from the flicker, excuse me. Bashar looking for a big opportunity for a whip punish. There it is! That exact movement, that exact spacing, you already knew Bashar was looking for a big button. I could hear it in his brain. With a big button, please.
Mind control. That's the only rockin'. You mentioned the spacing. That's been great for the shot. He just walks back, waits for the appropriate button to whip. Now pops off the level 2. You know what to do. Night, oh, the drop. Hold on now. Too nervous. It's just fine. It's just fine. One more driver's cancel. Try to walk up and encroach on that space. A throw. There we go. A perfect KO either with the drop. Doesn't matter. Bashar, game point. Shuto, please switch. I'm begging you. My bro, please. You can hear me. Switch. Please.
Sidebar, though.
Like this.
A little bit of a sidebar. I wonder what the timing is for the dream combo against some of the bigger bodies. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily the same if you're trying to get the Shin dream combo. I don't even know if it's the same if you're just trying to get the standard dream combo against bigger bodies. I actually never got to test that. I feel like either Sejam or Brian F had told me that there's a little bit of a difference for some of the bigger bodies, or a different route that you have to take for some of the bigger bodies. But I think that might have been.
Think about that.
Like, I don't know if I should chalk it up to that, because Bashar should be well versed in it. But he did mention in his pregame interview, I don't know about Marisa, so maybe he hasn't really practiced the tech against some of the bigger bodies. But if anything, do you think like it's the same with Zangief? Do you think it would be like the same type of structuring as Zangief? That if so, I think Bashar has had a lot more experience against Zangief than Marisa, right? So I think
Yeah.
you
So
should kind of
you
carry over and apply it
Yeah,
that
we
way,
use that.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be applicable if it is a real thing. You know, I definitely want to look that up. Actually, think about that. But I would assume, you know, that's another big body character right there. That would work out like that. But either way, Bashar may not have to worry about even fighting Marisa, because I would think at this point Shuto would switch to Akuma. I would think that he would run with the Akuma at this point. Might be a little bit late, but I would hope, I'm praying that the Akuma comes out. And I get it. I understand why he doesn't want to play the Akuma, because of how bad it was last time, where it honestly made me rethink how that matchup went. But it is good on paper. You just have to figure out a way to fight Lashar. It's Lashar. The Ed is good. Don't get it twisted. Ed is a very great character, but it's Lashar. You have to combat Lashar. Think about that. Please go to Akuma. I am begging you. Shuto might be his last chance for his team. He runs it with Marisa.
I'm terrified. I am genuinely terrified with this decision. Bashar is just looking absolutely impeccable throughout the entirety of the season. I don't know, man.
But it's still one touch. It's your game to win now. He's back in the break, and he does it with the crouching union punch. Okay, around the board. Some sequences that are calling out parry and some defensive measures as well. And a lot of activity from Lashar that kind of overextends a little bit, like that OEDP we saw previously. Oh, this command grab. Drive rush overhead. Caught him ducking, but not the extension that he wanted.
Is looking much better for Shuto. One sequence into a level 3. Oh boy, he was really goading Lashar into pressing a button. But no buying, no biting.
For the chip, and that should be enough. Yes, sir. Shuto, well calculated. What a kill. What a game. Finally on the board. Okay, Shuto saying, listen, I'm going to run it with him. That's why Mommy Muscle Marisa. That's two-touch Teresa. That's the character that got him to where he was at Street Fighter 6. He said she returned. Prove me a liar.
This is looking kind of scary, man.
Fierce, range.
This is looking kind of scary. Watch out for this infold, right? Oh, okay, never mind. I thought maybe he'd try to creep up in the space and maybe go for the command grab. I know that's kind of like being overzealous with it. Wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities. Bam! Level 1. Jesus Christ. Shuto. What's going on in this head of yours, brother?
Simple sharp. Very pensive. As active as he used to be. The driver still will catch the parry, though. And he's, I feel like, not in the proper ranges where he used to be before, where he'd snipe out a button, interact before a heavy kick would come out. Mind the drive game.
Pretty soon. Ooh, the whip punish, but it also causes the big burnout from the shard. Backdash. Caught something. It caught forward movement, I think, from the shard. He just got hit raw by the forward heavy. Hold that. Give it again.
Nice hits.
Infold. Do you seek in the drive impact? I don't think you should. You might though.
I think an infold's fine right here.
Infold.
There it is. That's what I asked for. When your health is in the yellow, an infold will kill every single time. Shuto knew it too.
Damn.
All right, Shuto.
He even
You got
measured
it,
that
bro.
bad
You
boy.
got it, bro.
He took out the measuring tape of Marisa's standing light kick. My man was gauging the distance with his toes. That is impressive, man. 2 games straight from the side of Shuto, forcing Lashar to take that timeout. Damn, who would have thunk it? Neither of us did. That is for damn sure.
Oh. I thought it was over. I'm not gonna lie. I definitely thought this was a done deal. I was ready to pack up my stuff and head over to the venue real quick, but we're still going. And some of this is Lashar. I feel like Lashar's like not comfortable staying in that mid to long range where he used to be, kind of goading some of these interactions out. But some of the moves that we see from the side of Shuto are a little bit different. More of the forward heavy kick, more rushing forward with a forward medium punch as well, like the command normals. And he's not so obvious about what he wants. He used to swing with heavy kick. He wants that punish counter and the follow-up right after. It's not just that. It's other buttons. And the stand fierce as well. That got changed up, I believe, where it moves forward even more. So these things together with Lashar's, I'm assuming, pensiveness or I guess not wanting to stay in one spot mid to full screen for a little bit longer than he should, are leading to damage being dumped out, corner carrying, things like that, and the advancement of Shuto. Final game either determines Crazy Raccoon bringing it back for the brink or Yogibo Reject going on to the grand finals to fight Good 8 Squad. We'll have to see, though. I don't know. Shuto, at the very least, is proving me a liar, bro. I did not think he was going to cook like this, but he is in the Hell's Kitchen right now.
Such a scary situation to be in. More so for Crazy Raccoon, obviously, because this is to stay alive. Lashar looking a little bit perplexed against what to do against Marisa. Parry against the Superman punch, gets the back roll. That's one of the biggest things also against Marisa, being able to jump out of certain pressure situations to get that air reset and punish accordingly off of the target combo.
True. Carry. Drive impact against the Superman punch. So I'll shoot the rear back a little bit in the seat. Empty throw, calls it the tap parry. Start for another throw, cross up DP. Normal throw, set point Lashar.
Round 2.
The bar at the bottom. Dreaming in the way.
This could be it right here, man. Final game, potentially final round. 2 bars to his name for Lashar. If he nets this knockdown, it could be everything against Shuto. We talked about the defensive measures that Marisa can take while having super art. Oh boy, this is like a very important sequence if he manages to nail it. He does. Single bounce too. Yeah, this is everything for Lashar too. Set yourself up. Uh-oh. Gets the knockdown and force the throw. No, the tip.
One stand medium OD. Level 2. This is gonna be it. Lashar will take it for his team. Yogibo Reject will be going on to the grand finals to fight Good 8 Squad. That confidence is what you want to see. When things are looking dire, Lashar brings it back from the brink fantastically from Lashar. The golden figure, still the golden child out here in the league, proving that. And man, Shuto, I understand the vision now, but maybe more time with the character, more matches, I'm not sure. Just wasn't enough. Was not enough.
But still, nobody anywhere, like, nobody on the planet would have anticipated either of these matches going in the fashion that they did. The reverse 80-0 against Crazy Raccoon immediately after Crazy Raccoon had 80-0'd their opponents in the first string of team battles. That is ridiculous. I cannot believe, I talked to the producer about this before. I'm like, I'm really hoping
also could have been utilized if it went down to it as a secret sim pick. If things got a little bit dicey, come and put that X factor on. So, man, Yogibo Reject just, in so many ways, is ready for everything.
Truly. A little bit of a fun fact, the only person that had experienced a loss is Lashar in terms of the sets. Tokido, he won 4 games straight. Akira, he won 4 games straight as well. In a big comeback also against Bonchan, a 2-year rebuttal in the making. But yeah, Lashar is the only one to experience a loss in these team battles. That's pretty crazy. My man Tony Meshi didn't have to lift a finger, didn't have to press a single button, but damn, that feels good. He paid his dues. He paved the way for himself to be a part of this team and also put in the work during regulation season. But man, that has to feel immaculate going into it. You know, what's funny enough, I think he's gonna be like the perfect tool against Rashid.
Oh hell,
I think he might be the secret factor against Rashid.
I think so, and also against Ed too as well, because they do have a. No, actually, excuse me. Actually, let me pull this back a little bit. I think Torameshi is good against Rashid, but I also think that there are some things with Sim that I've been watching with the Sim players that might be good against Akuma. Now, I'm not saying like beats Akuma, but can make Akuma shaky in terms of like their game plan. We've seen it every so often, but at high level, I'm talking like against Kawano, like an aggressive Kawano. Watching some of the Sim players deliberate against that matchup. I think he'd also be good against Akuma. I'm just saying. Possibility. He's the X factor. I think when you said that before, I was like, this guy, he might be the secret sauce. He might be.
I know this sounds really silly, and I don't think, considering the gravity of the situation of a grand final scenario, I would love to see a Dalsum mirror match. I don't think anybody in the chat would agree with me, but seeing the 2 Dalsum specialists face off against each other is pretty sick. I know it doesn't establish necessarily who's the better Dalsum because it is a mirror match.
True.
But it's a very rare sighting to see the 2 main specialists duke it out like that. I'm just saying. Like, I think that would be dope.
It'd be fun. It'd be fun. But I mean, we're gonna get probably not that, but way different matches when we have them come up to the step when they come up to the play. But I do think that both the Sims are gonna have their work cut out for them because they're gonna be utilized quite a bit. You know, you mentioned for Rashid, I think also for Akuma in some ways, and I also think for Ed on the other side of things for Good 8 Squad when they need to fight Lashar, there's a possibility he could be used for that. It's really anti-meta character. We're getting the interviews. Tormeshi says, I was just sitting, but if I would have played, I would have played if the situation was different. I will train, for the grand final. So we mentioned this, you know, if he needed to come through, he would have come through, and he would have cooked up. So Akira says, I expect this game to end like this. I was really training after the nerf, really relieved that it worked out. He even didn't expect this to end this way. That's a wild thing to say.
Damn, big smiles all around too. You guys are cheesing. You guys are definitely cheesing. Yeah, I mean, the rest of it from Akira, he was really training after the nerf, as you should. That's just, it's impressive to see, one, him thrive past the nerfs, but also thrive against somebody like a nemesis, technically, against somebody who had beaten him down in the season 2 years ago, right? Like, holding on to that L for that long is pretty impressive, right? Just thinking that in the back of your brain. Bashar also, a little bit of insight in terms of like how he felt going into the league. Very straightforward. I was really nervous before coming to Japan, but he's really satisfied by this year, right? He's learned a very, very good amount of Japanese. Like, he's been able to talk it to a very high degree, I think, at least on interviews amongst his teammates, and also has found a very, very interesting learning mechanism that he's kind of talked about in interviews, where he tries to find puns with Japanese words or really bad dad jokes. This is from him, by the way. So it's really impressive to see, man. Rookie of the Year, extremely well-deserving. 8 wins, 8 weeks in a row is insane. Absolutely insane. 140 points to his name, by the way. Multiple award-winning Lashar. Going into what Tokido had said too, the match had a lot of luck. But the training we did as a team was the reason we were able to win the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know about luck, bro. I think that was just, it was skill. I think it was like 90% skill right there. Some, I guess, happy accidents, but for the most part, it was just a washing. We did the loser interview as well. I do want to give a shout out to Crazy Raccoon coming in the scene, amassing a contingent of great competitors from various different teams and combining into one. They've been doing a lot for the scene, even outside of Street Fighter League, right? We've seen the VTubers, the tournaments that they put on, and other things as well. So team support is always appreciated. Thank you so much to Crazy Raccoon and this team for putting on a very excellent show up to this point. You know, they've been doing a lot of work over in the regulation play. Obviously, up to this point is not what they wanted or the result that they wanted, but how they handled Hiroshima Team Itsuka, you know, at the very least, take solace in that. Bonchan says, so we're over. I wanted to play more, but we knew the league will be really difficult as always. It ended up being a straight game, but I don't think the level wasn't too far away.
そうですね、やっぱり、まあ、新しいチームで新しいメンバーでっていうことで、まあ、どうなるのかなとは思ったんですけど、まあ、いい感じにこの4人うまくハマってて、まあ、同じ温度感で。
In consideration, outside of the current stats, I will agree with that for sure. If there was somebody outside looking in, not having able to like really dissect the matches and are just basing it off of the scores itself, a good majority of the people, with all due respect, would think it was a wash, which it truly was, right? 80 points going past the 70 needed. 80 points is a pretty significant statement to make. And even in detail, right? Tokido and Akira not dropping a game, another significant detail. So I think any other circumstance, I think Bonchan would be right, but right now, in terms of the skill level, these guys are it. These guys are the top dog of Division F. Maybe even in Street Fighter League. I think this is the most pristine record we've had in regards to any playoff scenario. Maybe they'll have what it takes to take down good 8 squad, really. It's up to good 8 squad right now in regards to how they're going to deliver the pain, because if I'm not mistaken, we are looking at the overall performances from the playoffs to determine who gets into the home field advantage, who gets that home position first. I'd imagine Yogibo Reject, with 80 points, they have to get it.
Right. No doubt in my mind, and no doubt in anybody's mind at this point, how dominant they have been. Kazunoko also gave some words. He said, a new team, a new member. I was worrying if we were able to go to the playoffs, but at the end, I feel it was a great team. Really sorry for cheering, or really sorry for the fans cheering for us. And Shuto says, I was practicing Marisa all day since the update came. just for Lashar. So him on CFN was definitely not him just messing around and saying, oh, it's like to play the Ed matchup with the character. He was actually developing this for Lashar. He said, I couldn't let the team win this year nor last year. You know, same situation we saw previously where he had went up against Itazan at the very end as a pivotal moment. I guess different in terms of like points because they were at the precipice. It was like the final game and it was way more contention. However, it's him again that was sent up and unfortunately was not able to close it out. He says, I'm definitely going to get better. And he will. You know, this is one of those things where I think it's not really just like the player level. I think there is a difference there a little bit in terms of like who's playing who right now. But it's like the team aspect and the strategy. There's a clear divide. So I hope to see them all get better at not only the team aspect, but the singles aspect, which I'm sure they will in the form or the latter, but the former, I want to see them work that out a little bit more. That team aspect has to be worked out more. All teams, obviously, but even more so for them. They're not that far off.
Although it gives us hope for the future in regards to like Shudo, to kind of piggyback what you were saying, seeing him kind of flex that Marisa and seeing the current direction of how the character is being played is a pretty good sign that one, that Shudo is still willing to bounce back between characters and have that versatility. He didn't do too poorly against Lashar, all things in consideration, right? This might just be another future pick for Shuto against some of the Ed players going forward in the CPT situation, right? But it also gives us insight to where Capcom's head is at for like the direction of the characters, right? We're starting to see a lot of the buffs coming in for certain characters that feel like have been a little underwhelming in terms of results in the CPT. So I'm loving the direction for both the player and the character right now. Dogura with his final remarks as well. First, we made the fans worry if we could pass the normal league, but fortunately, we were able to proceed to second place. The team unfortunately lost, but Shuto will go to the Capcom Cup, so we will be cheering for him now. Very, very endearing parting words from the side of Dogura. Looking forward to seeing how the rest of them progress as they go as professionals. But one thing is for certain, it's so impressive to watch the crazy Raccoon org evolve event after event.
Right. The support that they have been outputting has been nothing short of ridiculous, and so is this. I'm sure with this Sheena could give my hair any point, but shouts to clear all the sponsors that have been supporting Street Fighter League. Everybody has been supporting Street Fighter League overall, including the fans, the players. Everybody's watching at home from anywhere around the world has been absolutely fantastic to lead up to this point. The regulation play has some of the best Street Fighter I've ever seen. Obviously, some of the best Street Fighter 6 I've ever seen, but even just normal Street Fighter, modern Street Fighter, whatever you want to call it, it's been great. In the playoffs too as well. Despite a lot of blowups happening, there are great moments too as well. In the push of the meta, you see Ed still very much viable, and players implement their own styles with their characters, and it leads to this. Good 8 squad. Yogibo Reject are at the Grand Finals on February the 11th. We'll have that tuned in and locked in, or y'all should be tuned in and locked into that, to be honest. We'll be there. You should be there.
Man, if you were to tell me that the results from either side would have went in the fashion of this, I would have been like, man, you haven't been paying attention. You haven't been watching. Have you seen how much these guys have been training on their streams? You know how much these guys have been putting in the work for a month? You're crazy. Look at that, man. 70 points from the side of Good 8 squad. Taking an oversized Shunkan Soul Kumamoto in the previous day. Then you have Yogibo Reject absolutely decimating the competition, throughout the entirety of today and also in regulation season play. It's only down to the final 2 teams, the representatives coming in from each division to bring us true Street Fighter. Here with Good 8 squad and Yogibo Reject. This is going to be quite the bout. Really excited to see it. I know you guys are as well. All of the watching is finally being paid off. This has been a very long and arduous journey, but a fun one nonetheless, to see the evolution of the players and also the evolution of the meta. It's been a really, really fun time, and it only leads into a lot more anticipation. Granted, I'm going to say it right now. I'd imagine they will be continuing with Street Fighter League Japan, right? They have to because of how much is going on in the future of Street Fighter 6, right? We still have year 3 to go through. Heck, we don't even have the rest of our year 2 characters to talk about yet. We still have Elena and Mai on the horizon. So we'll see, man. There's so much promises, there's so much potential going through it. I'd be shocked if there weren't another season of Street Fighter League going forward for any of the regions. But come on now, let's be real here. Going into the winner's interview, we got Lashar starting up first. Comments on the grand finals from each of the players. I'd imagine Lashar kept it pretty cut and dry, pretty simple.
Yeah, it says, I'm gonna win. I like that confidence. That's something that he should have, or at least be open about. Maybe take some tips from Noah. Or maybe not, depending on. But either way, Lashar has always been a humble person. You go and talk to him, he's like, yeah, you know, I'm kind of good at this matchup, or I guess I would do some work in Street Fighter League. But the results just back it up and beyond. So good to see him say, I'm going to win, keep it short and simple. I'm glad they started with him as well. Looks like they're having a little bit of a conversation right here. Tormeshi says, my character unfortunately wasn't able to play today, but I'd like to help the team in the grand finals, and I think he will against Akuma. I think he will against Rashid, as you mentioned. Like he'll be that X factor.
I love how he's like looking around to his teammates. It's like, yeah, you guys don't let me play, right? You guys are gonna let me play, right? I really enjoy that meme. I really do. Going into the next one, Akira, I think he's been like the biggest shocker to me, right? We talked about him being the X factor for the team. I was actually a little bit steadfast and kind of shaky about how he would fit into the program, at least on the home side, but he definitely proved his worth. After getting the 2-0 shutout from the counter pick from the home side, him being placed again on the away side gave me a lot more confidence. I did not expect it to be in fashion of 2-0 though. That was so impressive. He was not only the X factor, but I feel like he was one of the, I want to say like the staples towards like the big success, right? Again, undefeated record from Tokido, undefeated record from Akira, and the expectations of Lashar all put together. It's like, man, that is the perfect combination, the perfect formula for success. And Akira was a pivotal part of that, really washing away all the doubts. In fact, a little bit of the statement too coming in for him. It was my first year in Reject, and now I'm standing here to go into the grand finals. Really, really a drama.
This guy's such a card. He's so emotional, but it's great to see, you know, that hard work that he's putting with the character. And even though you like look at his streams and he's kind of stressed and things like that, he's like upset about stuff, working his heart on his sleeve. It's good to see the results lead to this victory, consistency, even with the quote unquote nerfed character. He says, if we were to lose today, it is our last day as a team. It was really great that we can play with this team a bit more. That's actually kind of beautiful for him to say that. I can't lie. That is actually great for him to say that he just wants to continue as a unit.
I'm
loving like the rest of the interviews too, like being able to like hear the commentators kind of probe the minds of some of the players here. Like we get to see like a lot of the characters too, a lot of the personas come out, but we are getting the final words coming in from Tokido. A lot more consideration going into the finals, right? You have so much more time. I don't know, like, so in February, I'd imagine another character should be coming out. I don't know the release date for Elena or Mai, but those characters have to be coming out before the conclusion of Capcom Cup, right? I would assume.
You know? Yeah, it's an early 2025. That could shake things up.
Okay.
Surprise pick.
I would think maybe like whoever's coming up next, they'll be released in like maybe January, and then maybe like the last character at the end of Capcom Cup. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody at all.
と大きく書き込んでいただいて、次回の試合に向けてグランドファイナルに向けて
Well, Takedo, since I was watching Division S playoffs and I knew it was going to be difficult, we have a bit more time to train for this Grand Finals Grenade Squad. You got to get ready for us. As you mentioned, there is a lot of time in between, but with the golden fingers, they may be able to reign supreme. Takedo says, please cheer for us at the Grand Finals. Well done, Yogibo reject. You see them right there, the graphics already made. Grenade Squad, Yogibo reject, ready to go. February the 11th.
Damn. It's so crazy to see these two teams gearing up and ready to go at it, right? You only have one team to focus on. You have about 2 months to do it. Maybe like a month and a half. I don't know how the math goes when it comes to like calendars or whatever. I'm bad at that. But either way you spin it, that's a lot of time to really focus and harness a lot of that energy. Tournament is going to be like, I know specifically it's going to be in Culver City, so it's going to be in a new location that I feel like they're kind of testing out. So it's going to be a pretty damn good time, along with those that are going to be visiting, hopefully, Street Fighter League Japan. If you guys have that opportunity, check out the Grand Finals. There's still some seating left. The beats here, I'm sure, is going to be just as good because either way you spin it, they have a lot of ways to view it. The projector's going to be huge. The TV's going to be huge. Obviously, the energy there in person with all the people and all the fans is an entirely different vibe. That is for certain. Being able to be there for Evo Japan, personally, in the previous year, this year, excuse me, for Street Fighter 6, you can really feel how the community and the fans come together for such a prestigious event, and it's going to be no different coming in for Street Fighter League Japan.
Man, I wish we could commentate out there, make that happen sometime in the future, because I'd like to see that energy, feel that energy, and see the reverence that they have for Street Fighter 6, like the fan base that we've seen at the caravans on Twitter, during the Twitches and things like that. With all the collaborations that have been going on, it just makes sense to see all that love come through, and see the end of everything would be great. Also, I get to go to the store. I'm actually marking down every time that we have like a little ad. I'm like, okay, I want to go here, I want to go to Japan. The official store is now open, and there's already a million things I need to buy, and as do you at home if you make your way to Capcom Cup or to the finals for Street Fighter League Japan. Either which way, you pull up there, let me know what's also good to grab out there, because I already have a long list. I need to add more, apparently. My wallet hates me, but I just have this thing where I need to buy trinkets and just hoard them. We hoard a lot of stuff. Either way, though, it's great to see all the great collabs that have been going on for not only Street Fighter League Japan, but all the leagues, US and EU. So a lot of love that's been given out here in terms of promotion for the teams. It's been good to see out just anywhere. By the way, Capcom Cup 11 already has their promotional material out. As you see right there's that beautiful jacket that I have to have. They have to go get. It's already out displayed on Nakayama's Twitter, I believe, along with the passport, so you can see it a little bit more in full, I do believe, alongside some of the other items that will be at Capcom Cup. So catch that on his Twitter, and or just show up if you can.
Yeah, all the goodies that are going to be coming out for Capcom Cup 11 is going to be so sick, right? We have the jacket. Actually, I saw like the back of it. This is the graphic. It's between like, it's a little bit cut off. It's Akuma doing a demon raid against Bison having a glowing hand, which is really cool. It looks like it's just like maybe a sweater, a sweatshirt, but I can't tell if that's the front or the back. It could be the back. In the front, it could be a zipper. Who knows? There's a lot of potential, but I really want that Capcom Cup cap, right? I'm a big, I'm a big hat user, right? I gotta protect my hat, my bald head from the sun, any sort of weather conditioning. It's perfect for me, but it would be much more of a personal thing for those that have been following along in the league, following along for the CPT, to tune in for this prestigious event. It's going to be happening March 5th through the 7th for the singles portion of it, to get down to the nitty-gritty. When it comes to Saturday, March 8th, that's where we get our top 16 to crown our champion of this year's Street Fighter 6. Then, of course, the final day of Sunday, that's where it all goes down for Street Fighter League World Championships, with the matchups between US, EU, as well as the champions of Japan. Even before that, though, we still have one more World Warrior Spotlight happening January 25th, along with the group draw streaming event on Valentine's Day. Ladies and gentlemen, your fate has been marked on these calendars. You guys do not want to miss it. In fact, we will see you in just a few months. We appreciate your time. And of course, be safe as always. We will see you out in the streets. We appreciate you guys. Take care. We'll see you next time.
そして選手の皆さん、本当にお疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。お疲れ様でした。
この後はマッチ2のハイライトをご覧いただきます。そちらもお楽しみに。それではグランドファイナルでお会いいたしましょう。さよなら。アウェー側クレイジーラクーンの入場でした。ホーム側ヨギボーリジェクトの入場でした。準備は OK。 いよいよ始まるマッチ2。もう一丁。今度は投げている。時間は残り10秒切った。いやーラッシュよし。最後は真空信頼曲。スピン。ただすぐそっちを見なければいけない。インパクト対策バッチリ。ここは勝負にいった。必要ゲージは2つと見た。キラビスピン。楽切っているアキラのチャンスになるぞ。ダメージインパクト返していく。さすがにシュートにこれでゲージが2つ溜まったがローゲージ。これでマッチポイントはアキラのキャミ。いきなり来た鬼振りだ。捕まっているフードじゃねえ、失礼しました。シュート。飛行機を倒すには十分な技があった。
つばぜり合いの戦いだったと思うんですけどそこでも2試合目にも
うまいパニッシュ。ゲージは1本。差し返ししていくか。
回復するんじゃないこれ。
そんなバカな
回復した。
回復した。
今バウンしてる。おおこれインパクト。中央
最強の
ブリッツアッパー高久パンがレシャーもあとないんでね CA もありですよ。
そうですね。うまく投げて
技がせれば勝ちか。
上にいる。お見事。
うわー遠い。
しっかり最強の。
どうだこれ。アッパーワンツースリー。
まだ足りない。上から潰した。足りない。
いやー、難しかったか。どんまい。
3対2。
いやー、難しかったか。どんまい。
3対2。
いやごめん。ナイスファイトナイスファイト。いやー、難しかったか。どんまい。
3対2。
いやごめん。ナイスファイトナイスファイト。みんなが固まったんだけど一瞬。
おお、高い足を出す、手を出す。
いや惜しいボタンをよく押しましたな。
ただ相当な体力差。うわ一文字。
無敵技警戒。
待
っている。
しっかりと中足でラッシュ止め。お見事時戸。有言実行。
無敵技警戒。
待っている。中足でラッシュ止め。シャッカはジャストから入れ替える。一本飛んでる。前に来る。
インパクト。一本あるぞ。
これは折り返して。
いやこれもう
大谷さんないぞ。裏ここ一番勝つための選択肢。ボンちゃんの盾をも貫くか。電光石火アキラ。お見事。勝つための選択肢。ここ一番勝つための選択肢。ボンちゃん。お見事。
選手シュート。キャラクターマリーザ。操作タイプクラシックでお願いします。
出場選手はシュート選手。キャラクターはマリーザ。操作タイプはクラシック。レシャーを越えなければ道はなくなったクレイジーラクーン。さあどうなる。これが対象戦。レシャーエド対するはシュートマリーザ。レシャーの方にも逃げ弱だが一文字は打たされた形。するシュート。
下段もないんでね下がり放題。
苦しい。ガードするのか。
うわ
逆転。ただバウンドしてるのはレシャーの方。そこから削りにいった。そうですね。
遠いか。
ギリギリ当たらない。そこからの差し返し。ただバウンドしてるのは
後ろ下がりはしのげない。
我慢をする。
中盤
鬼ブリッツ
溜まってる。
すでに溜まっている。こ
せん。途中まで長良かったんですけどね、最後。1ラウンド目。いやマジで。いやマジでした。すごかった。ちょっと対策です。いやまさかのショットやりました。インパクトだったらビビ。いやマジで。すまん。ナイス。
我慢をする。
ナイス。
溜まってる。すでに溜まっている。
いや途中まで長良かったんですけどね、最後。1ラウンド目。いやマジで。いやマジでした。すごかった。
マリア対策そんなにはしなかったと思うんですけど。いきます。せーの、ヨギボー。